Agora. They should have a thumbnail by now. Alrighty. And real quick, AJ, thank you for that follow just a bit ago. Appreciate you. Alright, so what we're doing is we are building plugin systems with Xtism. We need to pop open each one of these. We're going to be juggling a few SDKs. And editors. All right, this one then is going to be... Oop. Go. Okay, so we have GitLens open, the powered plugins, plugin Go, and plugin TS. Pop this one open. Probably going to use that one a bit less. TS, do the same thing. Ooh, I forgot we even had that open. Yeah, this is a bit much on the opened VS Code stuff. I think we're done with this part. Yeah, we can just close that checklist. No. So I only cloned up stuff that is like fully okay to show. So GitLens is fully open source, and that's all we're going to be like building integrations against for now. For work stuff, I'll do more with the CLI, but the CLI is the only thing I'd have to protect. And honestly, there's nothing that crazy in it. There's nothing like novel. You know, it's just connecting up to our APIs and rendering stuff with Charm. Like, the CLI is not doing anything crazy. Right? It's basically just an API wrapper. But, you know, is what it is. It's not open source, so I can't show that. But any of this stuff I'm doing, like, is fully open. Like, not a big deal. Like, my slides, of course, open. As far as the plugin code goes, these are plugins that I made like by hand for this specific task. So if we're looking at like the TypeScript, you know, it's just this like mock thing that I'm doing. Now, I think there was something I ended up doing to get this type safety going, but I don't remember what that was. Like, theoretically, it was this, and then it wouldn't build. Pretty sure that was the issue. Oh, you know what? I didn't actually install the dependencies on this. So yeah, this would be yarn. So yeah, that'll fix that. Let's double check. The Git lens I haven't popped open yet. When doing the VS Code Git lens testing, I think I need to do a build first, and that should be fine. And, ooh, this is something I'm going to do. I'm going to take all these tabs. Oh god. Oh, is this not a thing? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I should have done these tabs in a new window. That way it's easier to track and kill. But easy enough. We'll let that finish. Grab this one. Awesome powered plugins is there. And kill these. And yeah, VS Code takes a while to build. It's got a lot of views and all sorts of stuff. But I can have a beverage. After dealing with, just all that system BS, yeah, I deserve a beverage. Ooh, did you hear that thump? Woohoo! And yeah, how's everyone's week going? We gotta let this finish before I can move it to the new tab, so I made a mistake there. But one thing I can do right now is yarn dev. Yep, that'll get our slide dev stuff going. Okay, that popped it open for us. Nice. Close some of those things I don't need anymore. Take a vitamin D. Okay, so this finished up. Pull that over. Yeah, it'll take me a while to build up this muscle memory, but it'll be worth it. We did pop open a code instance for that. Perfect. We've done our build. Our slides. That's fine. Like, that shouldn't even be open right now. Okay, here we go. God, and you know what? Hold on. We're going to be fiddling with these a little bit until I get something I like out of it. I don't type numbers often enough to need a number bed. I'm gonna clear... Honestly, I didn't need to clear all of these. Oh, what's the difference between transparent and no key? Does transparent mean that it, like, falls back down to a layer beneath it? Because I definitely don't want that. At all. Man, you know what the future would be for something like the Digma or any other, like, configurable keyboard? The same tech that they have basically in the Stream Deck, where you can assign the label dynamically, right? Not just the color, not just the letter, right? But, you know, maybe even, like, icons or whatever. Whoever comes up with a Cherry MX key that wires up that type of, like, power, etc. Take my money, please. Oh, there's the thing. Of course there's the thing. Okay, yeah. So Stream Deck works similar to this, for sure. Okay, yep. Yeah, I think the problem is that it's not like a good Cherry MX profile. Right? Like, it's basically the same key as a Stream Deck. But still a good idea, and I think they're on the right track. Yeah, just the fact that, like, the profile is so thin. Yep. Yeah, that part's no good. But it does mean that it's probably possible in the future. Man, yeah, they basically took the whole Stream Deck idea and, like, really ran with it, huh? But they're actually kind of old, aren't they? This is from CES 2012? Yeah, this is way before the Stream Deck, actually. Stream Deck took this idea and ran with it. Because, yeah, like, I was seeing these dates, like, the years, like, whoa. Hold on, wait, where's the Mac software? Did I miss it? Is it up elsewhere? Hold on, let's check it out. Oh, here we go. Oh my. Yeah. Yeah, not ideal. Yeah? It could be snow leopard. I feel like that could be snow leopard. Tiger does seem right. We're looking at some other companies like thing real quick, just because I was like, man, I'd love it if when I hit a layer, I see what the actual thing I mapped it to is, like, you know, dynamic key labels. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? And then the bread was like, oh yeah, and their configuration software is ancient. So then we went and looked at it. Ancient. Okay, so hold on. Even though I did no key for these, do I just pick black if I don't want it to light up? Yup. Okay. So then, yeah, I'll just turn these off. This is cool. I like this keyboard's, like, configuration. Like, that utility is amazing. And I basically don't want any of these keys yet. Sergeant Pepper, that's an LCD sound system reference for sure. Like 1000%, right? I like it. Keep trying to think of like good like puns. Like, good LCD sound system, like, puns. Dax Red is ranting at my house. My house. Like, I don't know, that would be good. I feel like the losing my edge reference would probably be best, but we gotta figure out, like, the right pun. And hey, what's up, Swampy? Dude, yeah, TwitchCon was super fun. Like, yeah, it was really good. I got to meet some other, like, random streamers. Squiggles, if you're out there, shout out. In fact, yeah, I'll shout him out. How about that? If I can type properly. There we go. That worked. I can type a little bit. So yeah, back from the TwitchCon, back in the Deadlock mines. I assume Deadlock like the Valve game, which is cool. I haven't played that yet. Theo did say he was gonna get me an invite, and didn't. But he's got more important stuff to do, so I get it. I should just ask him again. It would be so easy. Alright, so yeah, I do want to disable these. Ooh, that would be cool if I could select multiple keys at a time. Nope. Right, or like wipe out all of the other keys. Right? In just one fell swoop. No, so this is the keyboard I have right now. It is a Digma Defy. It looks, you know, it's like the layout above. We are in sponsored stream mode. And technically, they're not sponsoring the whole stream. They're sponsoring my keyboard usage. I guess it sponsors the whole stream. I should have asked for money. I'm kidding. Select from different layers at the same time using combinations? What do you mean by that, four-wheel? So I think, hold on, what you might be asking is, there's the option here for no key or transparent. My guess is that transparent is a fall through to the layer below it. So layer 1 is your base, and then if you do a layer 2, then, you know, layer 2, if you have transparent set, would still do the key below. Instead of like no key and doing no action. Yeah, so I could do all sorts of stuff like that. Maybe, like, I will say Swampy, like, as I'm still getting used to it, I'm still, like, doing, like, I'm definitely doing more micro adjustments from the wrist than if I just had the bad keyboard and I was doing, like, the swippy swappy. So there is something to that. Macros for what you were thinking? Yeah, maybe. But, yeah, I think we're good. Oh, I still want to turn these off. So, no key. No key. When I just realized I did just our shout-out, I'll do the full-on proper shout-out. Because, yeah, dude seems cool. Shout-out. And I did spell it. Nice. And then Squiggles the Duck. Yeah. How do I find it, like, comfort-wise? Oh, and you know what? I should definitely follow them from my gaming channel. That's way better. I think the problem I have with it is I'm actually, like, anti-wrist pad. I wanted to give it a shot with this one. I'm actually, like, because the pads are so removable, it makes it to where, like, you can just pull them off, because I don't actually like using the wrist pad. Because I feel like it like adds extra pressure to, like, I forget what the name of these, like, tendons are. Right? Like, as far as bones go, these are the carpals. These are your metacarpals, or something like that. Or maybe I have that backwards. But yeah, like, I'm actually not a fan of resting my wrist. I prefer to do the hover. And I'm really good at the hover posture with normal typing, but I am less into it with this. And a big thing I see a lot of other people do is when they, like, use the actual wrist rest, it forces their wrist to actually angle up a bit. And that's, like, extra bad for you. Again, glass is a huge friend. But I definitely see him make that mistake. He's also one of the people I see do, like, the micro adjustment to backspace. Right? So, like, they don't want to leave home row so much that, like, their wrist stays static and they might micro adjust to the keys that are outside home row. And that's actually the exact opposite of what you should be doing. So yeah, like, I don't know. I had it backwards. Good call. Yeah. Carpals are the fingers. Metacarpals are the wrist and hand. Right. And then same thing for toes, right? If you break a toe, you're breaking a tarsal. The stuff that makes up, like, the meat of the foot are metatarsals. Yep. All right. Yeah. Had it backwards. Brain fart. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, metatarsals are, like, one of the main things that you mess up when you do, like, an ankle injury. Sure, your ankle, you might mess up some of the ligaments or tendons attaching things, but often when you, like, break your ankle, you broke some metatarsal. Yeah, exactly, yep. Wait, hold on. So, Seattle Light, I said it right that way the first time. And then someone was like, no, it's the other way. I was like, I might have mixed that up. Are you positive? Because this, like, reminds me of, like, what the ankle stuff would be, right? When you break an ankle, you're typically breaking a metatarsal, not a tarsal. Well, I mean, we can look it up. We have this cool thing called the internet. Well, then be glad you weren't here before. Oh, I get it. Phalanges are the fingers, metatarsals are before the fingers, and the tarsals are like the base. Oh, so I guess it's tarsals that you're breaking when you break your ankle a lot. Yeah. So, like, if from the side view, that's the metatarsal. These are the phalanges, right? And then the tarsals would be, like, over here, right? Like this first, like, knuckle layer. Okay. Well, all right then. I almost remembered it right. So then, similarly to the wrist, your carpals would probably be here at the base. Your metacarpals would be here, like, in the middle, right? And then your phalanges are the fingers. Good call. Good catch. Thank you for correcting us. There will be a test on this. Yes, you will be tested. There will be a pop quiz. Ooh, they did torque screws just to squeeze extra money out of you. That way you got to buy a special tool if you want to do it yourself. And yeah, exactly, right? That's how that works, right? That's just science. Now, I'm sure there's some scientific reason why Torx is better. It's still annoying, right? But probably better than Allen key, right? Allen keys strip out so easy. Ooh, so, no. There's actually, like, there's a lot to be said about it. It depends on what your presentation medium is. right? So dark mode works amazing for movie theaters where everything is super dark. But one thing that you'll recognize even in movie theaters is that they provide backlighting behind the screen to like help your contrast. Like, so even at home, if you're programming in dark mode, you probably still need backlighting is the wrong term. Bias lighting. Yes, that was the word I was looking for. Bias lighting is the light behind your monitor shining on the thing behind it so that you're not having like that extreme contrast. Even in dark mode, you should have bias lighting. So if you are programming in a super dark room with dark mode, with no bias lighting, you are probably doing harm. Right? Like it forces your eye muscles to like tense up more than they should, or some BS. I don't know. Yeah, bias lighting is one of the best things you can do if you're programming for long hours. Now, I just happen to be lucky. I got these bright-ass lights staring right at me, and there's a lot of reflection off those. You definitely need some bias lighting. Yes, I'm going to say that 100%. Like, even in a bright, or in a lit room, the stuff behind your monitor is probably darker anyway. And it's not necessarily about the brightness or the darkness, it's about the contrast between all of it. Yep. All right. Oh, I am so glad I set up this arrow key on the right instead of the left. It's so much more familiar to use arrows with the right hand. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. All right, so let's go through a basic rendition of this talk. So yes, creating a Wasm-powered plugin system for your app. Brief intro about me. I'm a software dev for around 9 years. I just round up to 10. And hey, what's up, Shyful? Hey, my bad. Yeah, how you doing? What you up to, Shy? I do round up to 10. I think it's okay. I do need to get more music going. 1 second. I'm a developer advocate at GetKraken. I am a Twitch programming streamer, which you guys here already know. And man, if I could be doing anything, I'd rather be snowboarding. Like, at any given moment, I'd rather be snowboarding. And you can find me on all socials as CM Griffin. It's like I did that on purpose. So, what is Wasm? Wasm is WebAssembly, a low-level assembly-like language with a compact binary format that runs with near-native performance. Okay, cool. Those were words, right? And we might want to like try and piece together what they mean together. But instead, let's just think about it is a lower-level language than just JavaScript, right? It is actually there, Cotter. Yeah, awesome. But basically, just think, as long as you can compile to WebAssembly from some language, you can consume it with any language that has a Wasm runtime. And luckily, the browser has a Wasm runtime. But it's not just the browser. You can run Wasm on the server using any language that has a Wasm runtime, which makes it really powerful. So let's look at the history of Wasm, kind of just in general. So in 2011, Emscripten, the library was started. That's the thing that would compile C++ into ASM.js at the time. Then there was a thing from Google called the Native Client, or NACL. Sounds a little salty. They both started at the same exact time. And then 2 years later, ASM.js kind of like realized this idea. So Emscripten started as just like compiling JavaScript. And then ASM.js was this thing that browsers introduced where you could do some like very special stuff to let the browser know, or like, you know, the runtime know that a thing is an integer or a float. And like, once you can like tell the compiler what these things are, it no longer has to like lazily evaluate them later. And the just-in-time compiler probably does a bunch of that stuff for us under the hood anyway. It just, you know, it's interesting. So ASM.js, big thing. If you remember the birth and death of JavaScript, which is my favorite talk of all time, he is referencing ASM.js in that talk because he gave it in 2014. And again, I probably reference it later in this this current talk, but I'll pretend that we do, and then hopefully it's there. If not, I'll add a slide. In 2015, Wasm, which is actually WebAssembly, was announced. And there's a big difference between ASM.js and Wasm. Wasm is actually binary. ASM.js is just annotated JavaScript. Then in 2017, Google was like, oh, hey, something that's being built like in a standards way, like where other browsers can do it, and we don't even have to do the development effort for it? All right, cool, we're sunsetting NACL. So, killed by Google, but for a good reason, I think. In 2017, we saw broad browser support for Wasm, and I believe that's when Figma actually launched their implementation of using Wasm for their, their canvas, which is why Figma is able to be so performant with so much junk drawn on the screen, and I mean junk in a nice way. Finally, in 2019, Wasm threads were enabled by default in Chrome. That was one of the big things that actually made it usable, because Wasm ended up being something that would execute synchronously in a lot of cases. And because of that, your Wasm would chew up your user's UI thread. So instead, Wasm can spawn its own threads, and you can run that in its own web worker, and you're no longer chewing up the main thread of what you're trying to do with a web application, because if you chew up that main thread, you're going to cause jank. And if you're curious about the term jank, Jake Archibald has a really good talk about the run loop. And he then goes on to define what jank is, because it comes from occupying the run loop. And now, finally, in 2022, we have the Wasm 2.0 draft. I don't know anything about that. I should probably do some research. So, oh god, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting spacebar. So here we go. I mentioned ASM.js, and I think it's just really interesting to me to understand what it was doing. So, number one, right, we define our module in ASM.js. It takes in the standard library that we're passing in, the foreign stuff that we're going to pass in. I'm less familiar with that. And then the heap of the memory that's consumed for this entire thing. So you get direct access to this thing's specific memory space. Now it's still an abstraction away from direct memory access, but you're still able to access the heap, which is really cool. From there, we need this directive called useASM. And useASM is just telling the JavaScript compiler or just-in-time compiler that, hey, ahead of here, you're going to be optimizing this and storing the result of defining this module and the binary that you generate ahead of time. You're going to keep that around longer than the JIT might decide to do so. From there, doing things like math.square root, well, yeah, that comes in on the standard library. That's important because, again, Wasm doesn't necessarily mean just in the browser. So if you wanted to implement a Wasm runtime in some other language, you'd have to implement these standard library functions to have it be cross-compatible. From there, we can define a function like square, and square we pass in an argument, and because this is just JavaScript, we don't have types to assign to it. Instead, we need to do some annotations, like that plus symbol, or the plus symbol on top of the multiplication that we're doing, right? So we can reassign that variable, not necessarily the best practice. We can make sure that the compiler knows that variable is an integer without TypeScript, but we're informing the compiler. And then we can return the annotated return value so the compiler knows that it's always going to be returning that int. Now, it probably could have discerned that from the fact that we're multiplying an int by an int. But again, the goal of assembly or ASM.js is that you are not leaving anything up to the just-in-time compiler. This is up to you to define ahead of time because you care about how it is specifically done. In a lot of cases, the just-in-time compiler could probably do this for you. So then, right, we implement another function, it's add. When I'm doing this or 0, and I may have these backwards, I may need to look at my notes. The or 0 is actually the integer thing. The plus, I believe, is an annotation for a float. but it may actually be the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit. So I'd have to double check that. I'm probably wrong here. Again, we're just doing a brief run through of what I think I have here. And then finally, at the end of the module, we export the functions that we created so that some other thing can consume. So I know, ASM.js, not necessary, but it's worth understanding that the binary format we're building is most likely, you know, somewhat analogous to this. Like when we write this JavaScript, use ASM as a directive is going to tell the compiler to create basically WebAssembly, right? Some type of binary for us that gets stored in RAM that we can then reference again later without having to care that it's binary. A lot of what I just told you is in this talk, right? He goes so much deeper. This talk is made in 2014 by Gary Bernhardt. My favorite talk of all time. He also makes another really great talk called WAT, in which he, showcases some of the craziest and weirdest stuff about JavaScript, which is fun, right? Like how you can use nan for fun and entertaining things. Like, yeah, just a lot of cool stuff. He even talks about Ruby. It's not really just bashing JavaScript. This talk he gives does bash JavaScript a bit. He calls it JavaScript, just to make it more fun. And he is such a good presenter. I'm lucky enough that I've actually gotten to talk with him at Seattle JS because he's in the area. And I love it every time. I might weird him out a bit because I'm a fan. Like, that's the thing. But yeah, always a fun conversation. So now, let's consider, what is Wasm or WebAssembly used in? So right now, some of the most popular things using it are Figma, CapCut Web. CapCut's an editing tool. 1Password is using it for, I think some of their like performance type stuff. I'd have to verify that. Like, if you have enough passwords, figuring out which password to pick to autocomplete for the page that you're on, that's a lot of like regular expression, kind of like magic and logic. And they used WebAssembly to optimize that regular expression magic, which is interesting. Google Earth is using Wasm. uBlock Origin is using Wasm. Like similarly to how 1Password has to do some of that stuff, uBlock Origin is using it for their like lookup table stuff, right? Just to make sure that is as fast as humanly possible with as small of a memory footprint as possible as well. And I believe Lichess is using it. I don't know what for, and I'd have to verify that just to like figure it out. But still really cool. So, right, if you're running Wasm in the browser, it's in every browser that matters. Luckily, we don't have to support Internet Explorer anymore. That's awesome, right? So, if your users are on anything modern, you're stoked. Now, when you're thinking about Wasm from the server, WASI is very important. That is the WebAssembly System Interface. It was designed by Mozilla. It provides a POSIX-like tool set and features to where like file IO is very POSIX-like, like you're operating on basically a file. And it then becomes really portable between systems because Windows now supports POSIX-like interfaces as well through things like WSL, right? So file IO and networking and all sorts of just like system level things can be exposed to a Wasm runtime with the right APIs. Wasm and WASI, right? An incredibly powerful duo. A talk by Solomon Hykes, the creator of Docker. He goes in to talk about Wasm and WASI. If Wasm and WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker. That's how important it is. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. And that's awesome, right? And this dude is super cool. I reached out to him for a higher res photo. Totally sent it along. Like, yeah, really awesome of it. Now, what if you do want to run WebAssembly outside the browser? There's a bunch of embeddable runtimes. Now, you could go like more raw and use the things that these things might be using, but really, if you want to have like cross-language compatibility with your plugins and tooling and stuff, you want to use some type of runtime that has created SDKs and plugin development kits for you, such as XDism, WasmTime, the Spin SDK, or Wasmer.io. I believe Wasmer is a little different where their goal is to run your Wasm code as like a serverless endpoint. which is like really powerful. So again, like if you want to create something serverless, you could go through the hassle of, you know, bootstrapping and compiling an AWS Lambda and like making it run your raw Rust code, like binary and all that stuff. Or you can just compile that Rust to WebAssembly and ship it to something like Wasmer, or maybe even run that Wasmer inside of your AWS Lambdas, right? Like really powerful, cool stuff. This talk will be talking about Xtism, and it describes themselves as a plugin system for everyone. We see a bunch of languages there. Not all of them have a plugin development kit or an SDK, right? So the SDK is the thing in the language that consumes a plugin. A plugin development kit is what you would write the plugin in. So basically, the PDK is what you're going to author plugins with. The SDK is what will consume those plugins. And yeah, just consider this, right? As far as hosts, right? The SDKs, you will get JavaScript, right? Via the browsers and Node. You'll get C or C++. You'll get Elixir, which was, I believe, the purple flame thing that you're asking about. There's Go, Haskell, Java, .NET, OCaml, Perl, PHP, Python, Ruby, Rust, and Zig. That's a lot of SDKs, right? For plugin development kits, there are less involved here, but if you want to write a plugin, you can do it in JavaScript, AssemblyScript, C, Go, Haskell, .NET, Rust, or Zig. So you can write in any of these languages and have it consumed in any of these languages, which is really powerful. So the concepts are, there are ways of doing two-way communication. Sometimes you might just want to have an event in your code that notifies your plugin, and your plugin does something like send an HTTP request somewhere. Sometimes you might actually want to query the plugin for something, right? By having the plugin expose a function or a host function that you're going to call from your host SDK. And we can get into some more like concrete use cases here in a bit. I don't remember if I made slides from that yet, but we're addressing what I have, and I'm talking through it just to understand kind of what we've done. I should have started a timer to see how long this is going. Whoops. Whatever. I'm pretty sure there's some way of doing it. That's our overview. Let's do this. Here we go. Here we go. We don't see a timer. Oh, yeah, our timer started when we popped open presenter mode. So that's a bummer. Anyone know how long it's been since we started doing this? Any guess? I feel like it was around like the 5:26. Yeah, 5:26, and we're at 5:40. So about 18 minutes, according to YouTube. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, thank you, The Bread. That's a really nice feature of YouTube. And I've been, like, you know, going side to side, but yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you. So about 18 minutes on YouTube. I'd say we're closer to, like, the 14 mark. But yeah, great. Let me get more music going. This bodes well, because this is a full-length talk. We're looking at, like, a half-hour minimum kind of thing for SquiggleConf. So I got to make sure that I'm not going too quick. But okay, so two-way communication between these things, right? The reason is basically memory, right? Your host and your plugin are going to have completely separate managed memory spaces. And I believe even your host plugins in languages that allow you, you're going to have your host like SDK operating within its own like sandboxed memory as well, right? So you're not going to worry too much about people being able to read like the main application's RAM without you exposing that functionality, which is important, like very, very useful. So that spacing is something that Xtism is doing for us. It's not something that happens by default, I believe, but I could verify that. I basically plan on recording this talk a bit, sending it out to the people from Xtism to see what they think about it. So yeah, right, XDism creates its own memory space for communication. The communication is done via message passing because you're not you're not actually like threads, like being able to share memory. There may be some way to do that in JavaScript, TypeScript with shared array buffers or something, but for the most part, you just have to treat this stuff as separate processes that don't share RAM. And the only way you can transfer data between those things then is by serializing it into some type of format that is cross-compatible, and then reading that later. Which is often why, like, when you're doing web worker stuff with JavaScript, you have to really consider how much the cost of serializing that might be. You can get away with that depending on, like, the domains you're on, etc., by using shared array buffers, but it used to be, thanks to Heartbleed, you weren't allowed to share that memory, right? So something to that effect there. So basically, yes, objects must be serialized. JSON is the recommended format, but you could use anything you want, really. It's just JSON's so massively cross-compatible. So yeah, I might need to add an image to this. That's my note that I see on the side there. Oh, and Swampy. Yeah, I've only been programming for about 10 years. I do start to, like, drop off some of the earlier stuff I've done career-wise. So when I say 10 years, there's probably, like, a year or two of, like, bad freelancing that I'm dropping off. There's definitely a few years of, like, really bad programming that I'm dropping off. Like, you know, my first exposure to HTML was GeoCities. That's more than 10 years ago. Right? So I just want to point that out. Like, when I say 10 years, I mean, like, really, really, like, doing it. Ah, yeah, to prevent timing attacks and all sorts of stuff. Yes, there has to be, like, major security considerations to, like, really think about there. Yep. I'd love to see more about that there, the bread. Like, if you end up compiling some notes, yeah, I might want to make that part of my my talk for JS Nation, if you're willing to, like, let me piggyback on some of that. Like, I have some of that stuff in the previous talk I did at Seattle JS, but I don't think I got nearly as in-depth as you probably are now. So yeah, if you end up getting some notes together like that, I'd love to see it. Like, I feel like it'd be a good blog post if you do any blogging. And then we could read it on stream during the news crawl. I'll even submit it to Hacker News for you if you're too bashful to do it yourself. Again, like, up to you. I'm just throwing it out there. Pretty soon it'll be the whiskey talking. I'm just kidding. I don't want to overdo it like that unless there's, like, a legitimate party to do it. Like that rooftop party at TwitchCon. Okay. No, that makes sense, the bread. Like, totally fine. If there ends up being anything else like that that you want to call out, like, yeah. I feel like that would be, like, really good notes. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many notes. No, and I get that, Larabi. Like, yeah, my slides for GitHub Universe are really good because they provide, like, a bunch of, like, templates. Right now, I haven't done much in the templating, like, the design of these slides yet. I feel like the visual polish is something I'll do, like, way later after I've gotten the content that I like, you know? Yeah, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, I was referencing Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Because I love it that, like, Charlie, he's, like, the stupid one. He can't even read. But he's, like, a musical genius. So, like, of course he has, like, a random opinion about jazz that's actually, like, pretty good. See, I've never seen Amadeus. I only know a basic reference to Amadeus from The Last Action Hero. Don't trust him. He killed Mozart. Mo who? I don't know. I kill a lot of people. Alright, it's his reference later. Yeah, who's that actor? F. Murray Abraham? About his work having too many notes? Oh, that's funny. Oh, really, the bread? Yeah, it's really good. Like, if I just show you F. Murray Abraham, right? This guy, he's the guy that killed Mozart. He's also in Last Action Hero, and it's like the biggest part he has in that film is when he like double crosses Jack. Yes, that was my second experience with Charles Dance. I'm a massive Golden Child fan. Like, I love that movie. I think the lady in it might have been one of my first crushes as like a young kid, you know? Like, yeah, I want the knife. So yeah, like Charles Dance as Sardo Nomspa in Golden Child. Like, yep, that's my first reference. And anytime I saw him in anything else, I'm like, oh, it's the Golden Child guy. Yeah, Last Action Hero is great. Okay, so yeah, maybe add an image to the side. I even have a to-do for it. So yeah, you're totally right on the money there. So yeah, like, let's look at what the Xsysm CLI can do for us. It's pretty nice, right? So we can scaffold plugins, right? Just Xsysm, generate plugin, -O, new plugin. Bam! And they have this like nice, awesome interface for us. That scaffolding is huge, like really, really useful. Because like, you know, who wants to copy and paste all that? Now also with the CLI, there's the call command. So you can start building out your plugins without even having a host to consume it with, right? That's actually really cool. So you can do your testing without having to like spin up the host thing to call it. So you can like iterate quickly on your plugin without having to worry about your host like platform design. So really, really useful. So real quick, why Xsysm, right? And this is more about like, why would I use Xsysm for GitKraken stuff? Because yes, I work at GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate. As a developer advocate, I'm actually hugely enthusiastic about us maybe getting a plugin system going. Because any work we do on a plugin system is work we don't have to do ourselves. Or let me put it this way, any work someone does on a plugin for our plugin system is work that we don't have to do ourselves. So if someone wants to support Gitty or some other host provider that we just don't have any functionality for yet, they can just wire up a plugin for it. That's not a bad idea, right? But if we wanted to make a plugin like system, a plugin API that people could tie into, number one, we'd need to consider building out functionality for multiple languages. Our CLI is in Go. GitKraken Desktop is an Electron JSTS application. GitLens is TypeScript. And if we were going to do a JetBrains plugin, we'd probably want to do Java Gradle. Now, that is planned. It's not available yet, but it is something we are heavily, like considering. It's in marketing content we've made. That like, yeah, JetBrains coming soon. Right? So yeah, we need massive language compatibility. If someone else can solve that for us, that's even better. And then also, well, what about like documentation, right? Consistency of like the process for building a plugin and the consistency of the documentation for those things. If we do it right, all we need to document are the APIs that we expose and the APIs that we're willing to consume, but that can be application specific, and we no longer need to document like the core of like making an HTTP call, which is not as straightforward as you might think. Right? The core of just like all these things, we can actually reference Xsysm's documentation and direct our users there rather than having to do all that ourselves. And we're going to pause real quick. Let me throw it to the full webcam screen. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, welcome back, Nimbus. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate the raid.
We are in the presence of greatness.
Is that 2 days in a row? That is 2 days in a row, isn't it?
Racing, a sport where athletes race using high-speed hoverboards across stratified clouds. Their greatest play was...
I feel like this is the same like sport you were playing yesterday.
Where they executed a triple spiral dive between two Mulonimbus giants, a move that won them the championship.
Like cloud racing or something, right? Yeah.
Also holds the record
but yeah, what were you up to today?
Finish, which added a thrilling layer to their legend.
Yeah, you're clearly consistent, right? Honestly, I think it just sees the word Nimbus, and it's like, I gotta do something with clouds. So yeah. Damn right. Yeah, welcome Raiders. Let's do the shout-out stuff. I have a new keyboard, so it takes me a while to type this stuff. But I can do it. We can make it happen. I am not as cute. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm adorable, okay? Have you seen my text editor's font? I use Comic Sans. Or Drama Sans, technically. I'm adorable. But no, I get it. It is a good hat. This one was my dad's. He's still alive, he just didn't take it with him when he moved. So it became mine. But yeah, welcome Raiders. We are currently on my stream working on this presentation I'll be giving at SquiggleConf in a week. Like a week and a couple days. So I kind of need these slides done. So yeah, we're currently going through what I have so far. We're going to fill them out more and probably add some content to it. But I needed to, refresh myself. Death by PowerPoint. I'm at least using SlideDev, which uses View. Right? So yeah, SlideDev is really cool. You, write your slides in Markdown, but you can actually have interactive stuff with, with View, which is awesome. I'd love to make a SlideDev clone with Astro at some point, because then you can use any language you want, or any framework you want for interactivity. That'd be cool. But yeah, so we're making our slides with web technology, which is something that I've done for a while, but I love it. So let me switch over to that scene real quick.
Give him an anima.
The things you can do with Python is great. Right? I'm not a language fan of any language. I like features of languages, sure. I care about what can I do with a language. And there are certain things that Python is still probably what you should reach for. Right? If you're doing your own regression, reinforcement learning, AI stuff, Python. If you're doing any data science, like Python, you just do it. Yeah, Python for quick scripts. Sure, you just do it. Ooh, don't let Bad Cop hear you say that. Uh-oh. Bad Cop's ears are burning. I find there is better tooling for other languages than Bash. So if you can do something else, you get better, editor auto-completion and stuff other than Bash typically. So yeah, we don't like to do language bashing here at all, right? There's all sorts of stuff. If it's Turing complete, you can do anything you want. I tend to be a person who develops applications, so I don't want to write libraries myself. So I tend to base my opinion of languages based on their ecosystem. What can I do with it? Existing libraries is a big part of what I consider. That's fine. Yeah, C#'s fine. It'll do whatever you need. Unity. Well, yeah, you have to use C#, so you deal with it. No big deal. C++ is fine too, right? Like, all languages have foot guns. To write really good C++ code takes a lot of effort. Yeah, if you want to say you're an Excel programmer, then be an Excel programmer. I've seen some people do some stuff with Excel that I think would take me quite a while to program, like, with other languages, actually. It's kind of crazy. Like, there's some Excel wizards out in the world. It's beautiful to watch them work. Gotcha, Nimbus. Yeah. So wait, the self-learning you're doing, is that Python code? Or like when you're doing stuff on stream, do you do like other languages? Ooh, there you go. Excel transpiler. Yeah, that'd be cool. Python is what you do on stream. You're starting there for now. You're self-studying for A+, Net+, and Sec+. What does the A+ stand for? I'm guessing that's like a certification. Ooh, there you go, Koros. Yeah, levels.fyi. Yeah. So yeah, A+ is like, that's like the networking thing, right? So yeah, the A+ certifications, are those the Microsoft ones? Yeah. So, Lisp Gamer, I am like one of the most polyglot programmers here on Twitch. Like, I'm not even joking when I say that. I have another thing I've built here on stream that's a feature flag tool in which I have written 10 SDKs in various languages. I had someone else start out the OCaml, but then, you know, they had other stuff to do, and I jumped in and finished it off. Like, I am not picky. That's one of my, like, favorite things about my career so far. All right? So, yeah, there are certain things that I'll reach for certain languages for. If I'm making a CLI tool, yeah, I'm going to use Go. That's all there is to it. Cobra and Viper, and then Charm on top of that? Oh my god. Like, so good. Like, why would I write in any other language if I want to make a CLI tool? I just wouldn't. So yeah, like, there's certain things I will absolutely reach for a certain language for because of the ecosystem or other things around it. Now, the majority of the code I write is TypeScript because that's what I am most proficient with. I've been a front-end engineer for most of my career. And I mean, like, engineer, not just, like, designer. Yeah. Like, understanding functional-ish things is hugely important. So, hold on. Someone had a thing they linked to me. I want to pop that open to a new tab real quick. Yep, that Google Sheets thing. Thank you, Koros. But what I want to shout out is this, right? Like, Elm white paper. And again, I'm on a brand new sponsored keyboard. Sponsored, no big deal. And it's taking me a while to get to it. But concurrent functional reactive programming. This is Evan Czaplicki, the guy who created Elm. This is his senior, like, thesis from, like, 2012. Like, what I believe he got his, like, PhD from. So if you want to, like, learn about functional programming and why it is so, like, useful for GUIs in general, this is, like, in my opinion, the best article I've ever read. Right? He makes the case for Elm. He makes the case for functional graphical user interfaces. And when you're reading through this, you might actually recognize a lot of like what makes React React. Because the entire like top-down data flow of Flux, right, which is like a core pattern in React, that comes directly from this Elm white paper. I'm almost positive of that. Right? Redux comes from how Elm does state management. So I believe Elm is like the biggest influencer of React ever. The sponsor is Digma. And no, that is not a D's Nuts joke. I know, right? Thought I was baiting it, didn't you? It is not a D's Nuts joke. Yep, there you go. I like how Automod was like, ooh, Ligma? Yeah, we know where this goes. It's not ideal. Automod almost blocked that. For good reason. Yes, that's one of my favorite things to say, Lisp Gamer, right? Good ideas are portable, right? In JavaScript, TypeScript, we will have pattern matching eventually. Right? Like, that's amazing. As long as it's a good idea, some language can make it. And there, like, if you don't want to wait for JavaScript to have it natively, there's a thing called TS pattern. Yeah, yep. Like a scheme with a different, like, syntax, right? Like, you know, because Lisp is heavily categorized by the parentheses, right? So I think it was actually really smart to not be so hooked on like the parentheses and all that. Yeah, scheme with the C syntax. Exactly. But yeah, if you want to write pattern matching in JavaScript, you can do it. It's actually really cool. And I believe there's even a way to like have it be compiled ahead of time rather than like making it a runtime like check, which is even more powerful. So Lisp Gamer, there are ways to do macros in JavaScript and TypeScript. It just so happens, hold on, what is it? Like, oh man, I totally messed this up. Yeah, there we go. So there are certain ways to do macros with JavaScript, TypeScript. Now, the established ones end up being compiler tools, basically. So Bun, you can do macros natively, which is awesome. In just regular JavaScript, you can use Babel to do macros. And then there's even like some hacky stuff you can do that is meta programming, and I consider it a macro, but it's not exactly a macro, where you can use like a decorator that at runtime is a no-op, doesn't do anything, but at compile time, you can then analyze and find it really easily with an abstract syntax tree crawler and do your magic on that decorator. And because it's a decorator and in TypeScript, decorators are typed, you can actually have like editor tooling, like type checking and all that, which is really cool. They are all hacks, that's fine. Mine is the most hacky, right? Hack the planet. They're trashing our rights. Trash it. Yep. Yeah, my go live notification says CM Griffing is hacking the Gibson. And hold on, when I'm doing like stuff that I can't show on screen. We are in the Gibson right now. I want to get one of those, like, you know the door stoppers that are like the spring, and you like, right? Like that sound effect? There's definitely a song in Hackers that has that sound effect in it. So whenever I see that movie, I think of those doorknobs. But when I see those, like, or not doorknobs, door stops, when I see those door stops, I also think of the movie Hackers. I want to get one of those, like, doorknobs to just, like, like, whenever I reference Hackers. That'd be good. Just have it nearby. Yep, damn right. If you're a kid that never got yelled at for, like, like doing that too much and annoying your parents, I don't even know if you were a kid. You just skipped childhood and went straight to adult. But yeah, no worries, Fourier. Have a good one. We're chatting, we're hanging out. I'll get back to my slides here in a sec. We're just relaxing, you know? The cat would do that to wake you up? Perfect. Man, now I want to get one of those and then get a cat just for that. I mean, I'm getting back to it, slowly but surely. We did spend like an hour trying to set up like my slides and all that stuff just because like it was on my work machine. So yeah, I'm a little like burnt from that, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So yeah, basically, the part we left off on was, why did we choose Xsysm? I talked about the broad language support. I talked about the reasoning for, like, letting someone else maintain the core parts of, like, our plugin system so that we don't have to build it, right? And basically, GitKraken wants to meet developers where they work, right? Which is why we have all of the different surfaces in the platform. The CLI, the desktop, GitKraken.dev, GitLens, like all that stuff. We want to meet you where you work. So by that same token, we want people to be able to develop plugins in their language of choice, within reason. Sorry, COBOL developers. Yeah, that's part of my notes. I want to make sure I say that. Good enough for now? Yeah, totally. So yeah, what did I do? Well, I ended up building out some basic functionality for our CLI tool and for GitLens, which is a plugin inside of VS Code. The basic process is you install the host SDK for the language that will consume it. For the CLI, that was Go. For GitLens, that's TypeScript. And then you write a plugin using the PDK for the language that you choose. I ended up just picking TypeScript and Go currently, but I might decide to use Rust or some other language that's supported, just so that I can demonstrate, like, yeah, you know, I'm consuming into Go and TypeScript, but what if I wrote the plugin in some totally different language? That'd be really cool, right? I think so too. So yeah, let's look a little bit at what we got going. So one major note is when you're doing some of this, and hold on, I can slide that out of the way. There's nothing wrong with COBOL. The only reason I said sorry COBOL developers is that there's no like language SDK for it and probably never will be. But I will point out, Lisp Gamer, like my mom has wrote some really influential COBOL back in the day. Even she says, like I've told her, like, you know, you can make some good money writing COBOL. Even she says, yeah, but then I'd be writing COBOL. Now, I have not written any COBOL myself. I have looked at it, I've seen some stuff, I've had my mom tell me about some of the code she wrote. I've never written any myself. But yeah, like my mom, who has written, like back in the day, part of the software to route a 1-800 number to the landline, right? That was called number portability. And also so that the 1-800 number that you're registering could be transferred from like operator to operator. That entire system was based upon number portability. My mom helped write that software in COBOL. Right? So I just want to point out, like, she is well versed, and these days would also prefer just not to write COBOL. I find that interesting. That said, I know I've been watching the Primogen before when he mentioned about it, and someone at Netflix wrote something in COBOL, and it was like the most performant thing they'd ever seen. So Lisp Gamer, no, this was for Bellcore back in 1990. So back in 1990, pretty much every telecom was using COBOL. Here in the US. Right? EU, totally different. Now, granted, they may have abstracted that away, but the stuff that was running... you were in the UK. Got it. That makes sense. Right? Basically, at the same time, my mom was writing COBOL and built number portability for the 1-800 system. My dad designed SMS 800, which was the hardware computer system that actually handled that traffic. So it's entirely possible. Is my voice cracking? Am I yelling at y'all? Whatever. It's fine. Basically, you're hitting puberty. Cool. Have fun. My dad built SMS 800. That could have exposed an API that other telecoms hit, rather than them directly doing that routing. Totally possible. But the main gist is, yeah, the 1-800 system got a major overhaul in 1989, 1990 type area. And yeah, my parents worked on both major parts of that. So that's my context of COBOL and telephony and all that. My parents have great stories about it. My dad, because he was designing that system, at one point he went in and requested $30 million worth of upgrades. And his boss and some other like higher ups were like, all right, no big deal. And my dad has been in the industry long enough at that time that he knew something was wrong. No one approves like a budget for upgrades that quickly without a reason. So he made the mistake of asking why. And according to him, the story was that they were overcharging the customers, and the customer ended up being basically the US government. That's a bad person to be overcharging. So because of that, my dad got sued by Bellcore to keep him quiet. He defended himself and won. Right? They say a man who defends himself as a fool for a client. Well, on that day, my dad was that fool. So yeah. And he won. Yeah, the fact that he won is the insane part. Right? Like, facial structure-wise, my dad looks pretty much exactly like me. But he has, like, curly brown hair, and at the time, he had an afro, and he would get perms. And he had the most, like, 70s suits you've ever seen. The way my sister describes it is, like, George Jefferson from the Jeffersons, but white. My dad looked like that. He had the mustache and everything. Like, my dad was a white George Jefferson. Those same suits and everything. Can't argue with good logic? I mean, a good lawyer can. That's the thing. So it required my dad actually becoming well-versed on, like, the legal system and his defenses and all that stuff. Like, yeah, he put in a lot of work defending himself. Right? Like, I take the beanie off and just, boom, afro. Oh, that'd be so cool. I'd never wear the beanie if I had an afro. I'm being honest with you right now. I would never wear the beanie if I could just naturally grow an afro. I do the poor man's afro, where I just, like, ruffle up my hair and it, like, sticks up, like, in various directions, right? Like Rick and Morty kind of style. That one works for me. I'll do it every once in a while. Bedtime hair if you slept on every side of your head, even the top. Yeah. They told him that they were overcharging. And again, it may not have been directly the US government. It could have been the government passing that on to local telecoms. But basically, yeah, you can overcharge people. You can't overcharge businesses, especially in a large enough aggregate like that, right? Like US infrastructure-wise. Ooh, yeah, no. You don't want to get caught doing that. But yeah, like, I'm fuzzy on all the details. I'm purely passing along a story my dad told me. He has also had a cardiac arrest that did impact his memory, so he may have messed up some details. But as far as I know, my mom has corroborated most of this stuff. And she's got a memory like a steel trap. Like, yeah. You know how I memorize, like, movie quotes? She memorizes everything else. So they, like, he may have won his case, but Belcourt was able to get the documents sealed. So I believe the documents may still be under seal. But I actually have the court documents in a box. So I just need to, like, start reading through them. Who's the better programmer? What, between me and my dad? My dad doesn't program anymore. Even in his heyday, my mom was a better programmer. That's why my dad was a hardware guy. Like, he designed this SMS 800 system, which was 3 computers, right? And when we say computers, I mean mainframes, separated by 300 miles each. And back in 1990, they had Samsung solid-state memory, which, as far as I know, operates from a high level in the same way that SSDs do. But this Samsung solid-state memory actually needed to be, like, individually wired up to a power source separate from, like, the machine's motherboard or whatever. So, like, it got crazy. I think capacitors. So maybe it didn't need, like, direct wiring. But, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to verify all this. Like, we're talking $10,000 for a DIMM of Samsung solid-state memory. I mean, I believe it's all past statute of limitations. There's no one that would see any, like, any liability for this stuff. Yeah, no worries, Nimbus. Thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you for raiding again. Like, that's huge. I'm stoked to see you stream more. Like, yeah. I did go check out some clips and stuff. You know, just cuz. Yeah, good stuff. I like the way you interact with your community. Like, super cool. Maybe, I don't know. Like, it's hard to judge someone from clips. I looked a little bit. That's all. Yeah, it's good stuff. Hold up. You have to head out and get some sleep. Are you getting food, too? Because this is a foodie stream in disguise. Like, what are you eating? That's the important stuff. I just got back from a trip yesterday, so I haven't, like, gone to the grocery store, so I'm eating just probably chicken wings or something. Had your 5th meal right before your stream. Got it. There you go. Makes sense. But yeah, enjoy your sleep. Thank you for the raid again. We're going to continue on talking about our slides. I do need to use the restroom real quick, though. If I do the Indian food, I'll want to double check when they close. Because I'll probably be going on this stream until around 8. So that means we got another hour and a half. I at least want to get into a flow. Start, like, working on the slides a bit. Start fiddling with some of the code. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it when we get there later. Like, I have enough stuff to cook at home that I'll make that decision when the time comes. But I do have to go pee. So I'll be right back. Okay.
Just think about me.
And yeah, Indian food does sound really good. You're not wrong. But I can just do chicken wings. Like, that's easy. Let's continue with what we're kind of looking at here. Okay, so here's one note about HTTP. So you must use the XDism API for making HTTP requests. So you can't just do the, like the Go net HTTP approach and do http.new request. Instead, you need to get in there and use the PDK's new HTTP request. And the reason that is probably twofold, but I believe the main reason is you want to probably, from the SDK, the thing consuming these things, you probably want to sandbox or at least like have an allow list of domains that you actually want people to hit from a plugin. Now, not always. You might want to just allow all of them, and you can do that. That's not hard. But there's at least some logic to sandboxing the HTTP requests as you see it, right? So it's actually not too hard, right? When we go and look at it, the code doesn't change that much. We just move some stuff around. Cool. We send the request, we do some magic, and we can get the response back. I'm not showing that here in the example, but I feel like that would make the example a bit better. But yeah, so that's at least one note. when you're making HTTP requests from XDism, right, you have to use the plugin development kits library for that. And then here, output string, host functions. All right, so that's where we kind of left off with our slides. I want to say that we're somewhere around like the 20-minute mark so far. Definitely more work to do, though. I don't remember what my note about output string was. Host functions. We'll want to fiddle with that a bit. Notes about JS SDK types. Ooh, that could be big. And yeah, that's really where we left off. So temp outline there was like what I was doing. Oh, man, I'm really stoked on how I mapped these arrow keys. Good job, me. Yeah, configuring a new split keyboard is not easy. So here's something I probably want to think about. Let's go look at our code for this. So we got our slides.md file here. We're just using like the basic notes of it. Yep, ASM.js briefly. Why is that yelling? Oh, So yeah, it doesn't look like there's a good, easy way of configuring Markdown lint stuff. That's a little bit of a bummer. We could create a Markdown lint file. Man, yeah, that's a lot of squiggles. Like, holy shit, dude. Alright. Let's look at these details. Alright, markdownlint.config. We'll create that file here at the base. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this keyboard a little bit. I'm definitely going to need to like look at my hands while I type in perpetuity, but yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit of that muscle memory, which is nice. Let me double check Discord, etc. Ooh, okay. Okay, cool. Cheat sheet would be a good idea. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think for me, it's less about memorizing what keys do what, and more about like the positioning completely changes, like in a columnar layout. So I think the biggest thing getting me is like the columns of the keys rather than the remapping type stuff. No. And I get that. Like, no, memorizing what key does what is good. It's more about like training my hands to move to that one spot, you know? And that'll just take some time. But yeah, hold on. So they say, oh, this is going to be big. Wait, did I move the right shift? Ooh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, columnar is tricky. Now, where did I move? Oh, hold on. Let's save all changes. I thought we did. Let's move to keys, to L1. Dude, I do want to say, like, this tool is amazing. This is some of the best, like, configuration I've kind of, like, ever seen for, like, a hardware device like this. And it's not an easy thing to do. Like, this is definitely an Electron app. I know that. But it doesn't, like, specifically feel like a web application, you know? Like, no, it feels like a desktop app. That I don't know. I'm pretty sure the tool is open source, though. I would bet that they're not doing SVG, but they could be. And it would make some of this stuff easier, right? Such as, like, entering the keys and some of that. I don't know. Like, I'm actually really curious about that. What is it called? Basecore. Yep, just full-on TypeScript, JavaScript. I mean, I don't know. I feel like layout editor is the thing that happens in. They're using React. Oh, are they really using... They're really using styled components. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would be smart for them to move off of that because their app is, like, so complex that the dynamic nature of styled components... Oh, I can see. Okay, no. So they definitely do have some dynamic stuff that makes it make a bit more sense. Because style components have a runtime. Like all of this has to be evaluated at runtime, right? Like this is evaluated and like re-rendered based upon changes very often. So there's a reason that Netflix couldn't use styled components inside of their TV app. Because it takes up too much CPU time. For something like this, maybe that's not an issue, but with a UI this complex, I could really see a lot of this being more CPU work than necessary versus just static styling, right? So I'm a big fan of Tailwind because then you're just changing classes, you know? Like, the CSS part is way quicker. Maybe the build translates that? That's just not how styled components work. Styled components fundamentally have, like, a dynamic layer. Like, I'm almost positive. I've heard this from engineers that I trust on the matter. I have not verified that myself. So, like, Four Wheel, do you remember the streamer Vape Juice Jordan? he used to work in the same cubicle as Primogen. Vape Juice Jordan was on the front end, Prime was on the back end, but VJJ, or Vape Juice Jordan, has specifically said that there was too much overhead and they couldn't use styled components. Because inside of a TV, performance is at a premium, right? Like CPU cycles are more costly than your desktop, you know? It's a shame those two don't get along anymore. I really feel like they should. But I've heard some of the reasoning, and yeah, is what it is. I'm not even sure VJJ even likes me. You know, like, whatever. You know. Everybody can't like everybody. That would be impossible. But yes, I have at least heard that. No, does he even stream? No, not at all. He doesn't stream at all anymore. Yeah, in a TV, it's a really shitty chip. Like, they are making that as much of a commodity chip as they can. So you get very, very few cycles to do anything fancy, right? So yes, like inside of a TV is a very specific performance constraint. You're basically working with embedded, which means every CPU cycle is at a premium. There you go. Yeah. Why would anyone ever need more than 384 megs of RAM? Exactly. TV is embedded because you can still run a JavaScript runtime, right? So the TVs are still like, they still have an OS of some kind that they are farming out and making extensible by providers like Netflix, you know? So that's the way to think about that. Like, it is embedded, technically, but what you're able to do as a TV app creator is definitely not the same level as embedded, right? You don't have that access. You don't have full RAM access. Like, no sane TV ecosystem would do that. Doesn't mean that all TV ecosystems are sane, though. So yes, what the TV provider is doing is embedded. But what they expose to third-party vendors, that is basically just them making their own, like, ecosystem, you know? Is that the common case? Yeah, that makes sense, Lisp Gamer. That's actually faster than I was expecting it to be. That is actually more than I was giving it credit for. So at that point, like, yes, you really need to be concerned with every CPU cycle. You know, you're not going to write an Electron app to run in a TV. This, being a desktop app, maybe doesn't need to worry about that. That's all. Just thinking out loud. But yes, if we do look at... Oh man, yeah, that is a lot of like styling to be computed at runtime. It is more than that for sure. Yep. So I'm willing to bet that this entire file, this view, is actually just wiring up like the interaction logic, and the rendering is then like kicked out to components. Right, when we get to the actual JSX in here, oh yeah, it's gonna be so damn small. Yeah. Yep. And this is almost exactly the way I would do it too. Right, page header, sure. They're making that like route specific. Again, I agree with that because every time I've tried to like abstract like nested routes, I find myself shooting myself in the foot. Where it's like, it's better to duplicate some of this magic. No, I haven't looked at that part yet. Right now we're looking at what components are in there. So yeah, content selector, color editor. There is like a little bit of like div magic going. Some dialogues. Yeah, the rest is just dialogues. So it is most likely within some of these other things. Ooh, do you live on a boat down by the river? Down by the bay? Sitting near the dock of the bay? Yeah, so I would guess it's somewhere maybe in like either color editor or key picker, keyboard. Page header's not going to have that logic. Layer selector, probably not important. So I would say key picker, keyboard is probably the driver of a lot of this. The fact that they're using so much CSS, this is not Canvas. It's probably not even SVG. It might even just straight up be divs, like absolutely positioned. Drinking whiskey and rye? Are you mixing up songs? Four Wheel, I think you're mixing up songs. Louis Armstrong did Sitting on the Dock of the Bay, dock of the Bay, watching the tide roll away. I believe you're singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie, Whiskey and Rye, right? Like some lyrics, right? Totally different artists. Completely different artists. Yeah, you combined those two songs directly together. I get it. Yep. So you drank all your rum, you think, not in the bay. Are you on a river then? Are you in a boat down by the river? Oh, up north in Canada. No, that's cool, man. Yeah. That's the reference I was making, Sergeant Pepper. Come on. On a boat! Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Naughty Knitter said it out loud. That wasn't you. That was Naughty Knitter's fault. All right, so what I'm seeing is most of this seems just very DOM-driven. It's a boat, but it's in a marina. Okay. That's a lot harder to rhyme. Yeah, most of this just seems very, like, DOM-driven. You may find some Canvas or SVG somewhere. But yeah, I'm done looking. That's as much as I care about it. If you discover something more, let me know. But yeah, there's the core, or like, you know, the code base. Have at it. Let's see. So, been lurking for hours, but want to say hi real quick. The goatee is fire. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm pressing X to doubt right now. I do like, you know, all this kind of like together is better than, you know, whatever. But dude, the goatee is the thinnest part of the whole thing. The soul patch. Gross. Right? Ugh, gross. The mustache, I've had slightly better in the past, but I've had worse, so I don't know. Keep in mind, this mustache took 2 months to grow. At least a month and a half. It is SVG. There you go. I feel like SVG makes more sense because you can dynamically control the SVG as if it was Dom. So that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Like, my dad can grow a good mustache. My older brother can do, like, the full beard thing. My younger brother definitely can't. Like, my older brother's a half brother, but he's a full brother. As it matters, you know? No, and I should have just searched for it. Yeah, I was just feeling lazy, Larabi. I'm still very much like old school. I just wanted to do it analog. I can do it myself. No? When you say cow pat, I think you mean like cow pie, right? No, that is not something I would do. Sure. It'd be an awfully shitty thing to do. No, it doesn't. No, none of that shit actually works. You know that, right? Like, it's genetics. It's just genetics. Yeah, manure helps tomatoes. Why wouldn't it help your face? Yeah, it's just genetics. No, like, both sides of my family, not great beards. The only people in my family that can grow a good beard are half, like, siblings, and their side, like, other side of the family that I'm not related to is the one that could actually grow a beard, right? So, yeah, like, I'll never have a good beard. I don't actually shave this part of my face. At all. Like, whatsoever. None. I'll, like, trim the peach fuzz that grows every once in a while. That's it. So, yeah. Basically, no facial hair on both sides of the family, and also balding on both sides of the family. So I really, like, I shat the bed hair-wise. Like, from the day I was born. I'm okay with it. Honestly, I think I would hate having a full beard more. Like, I would hate having a full beard more than not being able to grow one. Like, dude, that's like every day that you gotta, like, do that shit, right? Like, I've never bought shaving cream in my entire life. Like, dude, why? Why would someone do that? I don't get it. Damn, four-wheel, are you a Yeti? Are you basically Sasquatch? Ooh, dry skin under the beard? Because the beard also, like, it seems like it would hold moisture in, but it also keeps moisture out, right? Yeah, that's actually crazy to me. Okay. Oh, interesting. I don't have that problem. Like, whatsoever. Ooh, so, yeah, Mr. Faberdev, basically, like, the oil on your hair would prevent your hair from absorbing the water, right? Yeah, it's not for the beard, it's for the skin, but technically it's for the beard, but because it's coating the beard, it prevents the beard from absorbing all the moisture, right? That's the way I'm pretty sure it works. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Whatever. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. No, I'm kidding. I haven't smoked any weed today at all. But yeah, I have had the whiskey. I'm contemplating if I want to leave. Like, leave the wrist rests on or just pop them off. I'm going to try, like, popping them off. Oh, shit. Yeah, there's magnets in them. So you can't, like, click them together. Oh, this is my favorite part about magnets. When they don't stick and you get, like, the weeble wobble. Oh, right. I'll set these somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to try it without the wrist guards. Just because I feel like having them there incentivizes me to use them rather than, like, do the hover, which I should be doing. Yeah, magnets are the best. Hold on, let me read this, though. So you didn't use the wrist pads on the kinesis, and after a few weeks, your palm was hurting because you were leaning too hard on them. With the pads, you finally got rid of all hand wrist pain. Well, what I'm getting at there, Sergeant Pepper, is you shouldn't be doing any leaning, right? Like, you shouldn't need the wrist pads because you should be doing a proper hover. That's actually the way to do it, right? Like, do a proper hover, and you never have, like, the resting problem ever, right? Like, to me, if my wrist touches the metal of this keyboard, I am fucking up. Like, I'm making a huge mistake. Whereas, like, the wrist pads kind of, like, allow you to be lazy. That laziness is really bad for you. Because it means you're going to put more and more pressure on your wrist as you do it. Oh, so you're like, your baseline is you do the hover even when you're not typing. I got it. I believe I may have some Italian in my blood because I am very active with my hands when I talk. So I don't have that problem. I'm pretty sure I'm part Italian somewhere. Right? Watch your mouth. Yeah, exactly, Goatmeal. Wait, so Lisp, you were behind an ad, but you saw exactly what I was saying, right? Like, oh yeah, this dude uses his hands, right? Was ADHD? Like, I don't know. I push back on all that. I'm sorry. I fucking hate labels. I probably do have ADHD. I'll never use it to identify myself. I am the things I do and what I do. I'm not some fucking label, you know? I really fucking hate labels like that. Because I think, especially like these days, so many people like treat it as like, well, I have blank, so I can do whatever, right? No. Your brain is more powerful than your impulses. If you're impulsive, then just say you're impulsive. If you're obsessive, then just say you're obsessive. Don't say you have like OCD or ADHD. Like, I get it. Like, whatever. Could you just recognize the personality trait instead? And then once you do that, well, yeah, can you do something about that personality trait if you care? Yeah, totally. But the moment you give it that label, it becomes a crutch, in my opinion. Exactly, Lisp. 100%. Like, that's just it. I know for a fact I'm somewhere on the spectrum because it's a fucking spectrum. Everybody is on the spectrum because that's how spectrums work. The color spectrum doesn't ignore specific colors. Every single color is within that spectrum. Whether you can perceive it is a different thing. But every color is within the color spectrum. We are all on the spectrum somewhere. The moment you try and dictate you try and create excuses because you're somewhere on that spectrum, fuck that. I'm sorry, like, no. You can use it to understand yourself, but the moment you use it as an excuse, you're fucking up. That's like saying, like, I'm an asshole because I'm drunk. No, you're just an asshole in general, and the alcohol just makes you that person more so. Right? I say this as a person drinking some whiskey. Yeah, man. Take it easy, chill there. That's not what we were trying to get at. Like, let's keep it a nice vibe. I wasn't saying you are an asshole. I was specifically talking about myself. I will never blame the whiskey for me being a jerk. I'm actually just kind of a jerk. I am. I know this about me. I've been getting better, but it's a problem I've always had. I'm going to tell it like it is. Usually not maliciously, sometimes so. But that doesn't mean that I'm not a jerk. Like, I am a jerk for saying some of these things that are just the thing I was thinking. I appreciate that. You haven't seen me at all moments of my life. Alright, so goat meal, I appreciate that. I definitely know I have had moments in which I am, like, specifically antagonistic to someone in the audience. Now, does that mean they were antagonistic first, and I just used their energy against them, or whatever? Like, maybe. Yeah, I do that. Like, for sure. I am somewhat spiteful sometimes, you know? Like, do I like that part about me? No. But I've come to recognize that it's something that I need to be aware of and try and, like, rein in. But yeah, what's up, Nard Villain, Mr. Sir? What you up to? I think every human has some kind of harsh tendency. The people that you never see a single harsh tendency from, I suspect those people the most. Like, fake nice is actually kind of easy to spot. I don't trust a person that never has a negative moment, you know? You're totally right there, Lisp Gamer, and we've run into that here on stream. Normally, it's very easy though, because I often have remorse over it, and if someone simply uses the unban system to maybe like not apologize, but at least like recognize that that situation usually goes both ways and recognize their part in it. I'm not looking for a direct apology, but at least like, you know, some type of like self-awareness in their like unban request. Boom. Like, sorry, boom corny. I read your name and I was like, yeah, boom. Right? Like, yeah, that's so easy to recognize. Like a little bit of self-awareness goes a long way. And if I ban someone and they do an actual like heartfelt like, you know, I'm not gonna apologize, but I can see where you were coming from and I could have phrased things better. Bam. Like, dude, we can be friends. Like, we can totally be friends. And they are immediately unbanned. It's like the only unban request that I will not unban someone for is when it seems like they're just trying to get at me again with one more message because they got banned already. Which I understand, for sure, Lisp Gamer, but I do think there is a moment at which you can express more remorse via just a little bit of extra text. So yes, here in conversation, the need to be pithy is common, and I get that. When it comes to an unban request, maybe just don't be pithy and try and recognize the moment. That's fine, Goat Meal. Like, I would say, do the unban request. Like, he's a dude. Like, he's a good dude. He might ban people from time to time. I bet he does go through the unban list. He is not as ban happy as I am. So he probably doesn't like look at his like unban requests as quickly. But honestly, I'd say like, yeah. And then you got back in, right? Exactly, right? Just be a human, right? Be someone that's worth talking to in your unban request. Because sometimes when you got banned, you weren't having that like lens of your interaction with the person. So yeah, awesome. Fuck yeah, go man. Stoked. I mean, Lisp Gamer, we could break that cherry just in case you want to have that. That's up to you. Then you can say you've done it. yeah. We can fix that if you like. We're all joking. For sure. But no, I get it. Like, it's better to just get up and walk away. Wait, I don't even know what that means. I'm good on that. We're good. Are you saying you have 4 daughters? It's like you get roasted daily? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what that meant. Okay. Okay. I actually don't get that reference. So, yeah, I'm not sure at this point. We can move on. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But thank you for that follow. Just a little bit ago. Appreciate you. Okay. I think I maybe get the reference, but I will say, like, let's try and keep it, like, a little more safe for work, right? Like, we can swear a little bit, we can drink whiskey, right? Like, just imagine you work at a really cool job where that's all accepted. But beyond that, might be a little over the line. That's all. I mean, having knowledge and being a jerk, those two things are completely unrelated. Like, completely unrelated. I met some really knowledgeable jerks, you know? All right, let's, like, not try to generalize. If you said you were French, then okay. Yeah, right. What's the quote? It's from Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. To be with another woman is French. To be caught is American. Oh, you didn't like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels? I love that movie. Oh my god. Oh, the part when he's playing like Ruprecht. Oh, Ruprecht is the best. Why is the cork on the fork? Bink. Yeah. Right? Like, dude, so good. I would say give it another chance when you can. It does have a little bit of, like, pacing issues, where, like, the middle act goes a bit long. Yeah, like, I was gonna say, like, you didn't like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels? Really? Oh, Fish Called Wanda. I like Fish Called Wanda. But also, I don't like it as much as, like, the spiritual sequel. Have you seen Fierce Creatures? I would say Fierce Creatures is a Fish Called Wanda, but way better. Like, most of the same actors. Fierce Creatures is the same, like, basic vibe, but way better. Yeah, Fish Called Wanda has moments that are good, and then moments that are meh. My parents love Fish Called Wanda. I love Fierce Creatures. The Zoo. Yes, the Zoo film. Yeah, for sure. Yep. I love that movie. Oh, that movie's so good. Right? The pacing and everything works. Like, yeah, everything about it. Love it. I mean, dude, top 10's impossible. Like, I'm not trying to rate any film based on a top 10. That's an impossible metric to try and judge something by. There's so many movies. Are you kidding? Pretty Woman? You're saying Pretty Woman's a top 10? Okay. Agree to disagree. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Sorry, like, definitely not in my top 10. That's all. But yeah, you did ask about the beverage. Yeah, I do about whiskey to there, water to the rest. It is something that is sippable, but, you know, you gotta be, like, really trying to overdo it. Whereas, like, whiskey neat is really easy to overdo. That's fine. Drink what you want. I don't care. What city am I in? Or what city is the whiskey from? What city I'm in? I live near Seattle. Like Redmond, technically. Ooh, Montreal. Nice. I like that. Oh, shit. Hold on. I closed the tab before it was ready. This part. Yes. I need to figure out what error that is. Let me just grab that real quick. But yeah, Montreal. Dude, I used to ride for Rome Snowboards. And one of, like, at least at the time, one of their, like, super pros was Laurent Nicolas Paquin, who was from Montreal. And they made an entire video called Montreal. And that snowboard video is fantastic if you're looking for like street, like rail riding stuff. Montreal is mo real. Okay. Sure. All right. Montreal. Is that actually the way to pronounce it? Am I like fucking up by saying the T? I'm going to continue to be like more American and say the T. And you can't stop me. Montreal. No, I get it. I'm just having fun. Quebecois? You ever seen the movie Canadian Bacon? There's the part where they're driving down the road in a garbage truck with a bunch of graffiti on the side. And it's all written in English. And they get pulled over. And the cop is just like, so, you know, there's a statute that all language needs to be written in the French Canadian for the Quebecois. And they're like, oh, we're sorry about that, officer. My bad. And the cop is then like, well, all right, I'll let you off, but you gotta add the French translation. And he gives them a spray paint canister to write the French like translation of all the stuff they're doing. Ooh, I don't remember that part of Life of Brian. But it sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds like a direct reference at that point. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Very similar scene. No, I've seen that part. You're right. Yeah, they're correcting, like, the grammar. I get it. No worries, Death Wish. No. It's fine there, Lisp. Like, yeah, I get it. Like, we're here hanging out. We don't want to be jerks about it. None of that is worth being a jerk about. MD025 is the one that we want to ignore, though. Wait, really? Oh, that's interesting. All right, so my keyboard is no longer typing. Into this machine. I'm definitely on the right USB stick. I see a green from the neuron. Yeah, I'm wondering if it fell asleep. But it's like lit up and everything still. Yeah, it's been a bit there, Standard. Like, honestly, it's not that long because I was away at TwitchCon since, like, you know, like, I didn't stream Wednesday. The last day I streamed was a week ago today. So I feel like you were there. No keyboards found. Oh, shit. No keyboards found. Black metal plays in the background. Oh, wait, what? I want to hear that metal now. Shit. It is wireless, and it's like Bluetooth, but I can unplug it and plug it back in. I don't want to have to do that. It found it immediately. I'm just surprised that, like, doing my USB switch didn't do it. So I bet we're fine after that, right? Like, you know. Sure. Yep, this is the sponsored free keyboard, and this is me, like, learning and interacting it for the very first time. So just keep that in mind, right? Like, don't judge it for that. This is my inexperience with it. No, it works. It's just, I have a wonky setup as a streamer. If you have a single machine, you're probably fine. Like, we are using this in a situation that they most likely don't know. No, I mean, it works. I just typed. Like, are you watching? You could have seen it work. It was simply something based upon, I think, the fact that I have a switcher, right? Like a 3-port to then 4 output switcher for all of these things. And we didn't use the keyboard long enough that, like, yeah, there's some stuff there. I mean, no, like Lisp, there are absolutely streamers that stream from the same machine that they are doing dev from. I think they're fucking up, but they totally exist, right? There are gamers that stream from the same machine they're gaming from. They're fucking up, but they totally exist. But the normal average user for this keyboard is not a streamer, right? So it's hard to judge a keyboard for the edge cases we find with my really weird setup, you know? No, and I get that, Lisp Gamer, but no, I do take people seriously. So if you're not aware, when you're trying to be sarcastic, there is a very specific Twitch emote to indicate that you are being sarcastic. And maybe I missed it this time. But yeah, the kappa is how you do that. No, and I get it. Like, you want to use, like, British as, like, that's why you're so sarcastic or something. Again, here on Twitch, You can just do a kappa and make it obvious that you're being sarcastic. That's fine. No worries, Lips. I just want to let you know, like, you know, capital K, kappa, right? You just type out the word, capital K, and then appa, and it does that emote that you just saw me do, right? And we replace it with the capitato. That is the universal Twitch equivalent of I'm being sarcastic. If you throw that after a statement, people know that you're trying to be sarcastic. On other platforms, a winking smiley face might do it, etc. Right? On Reddit, it might be a /s. Same idea. I mean, here's the thing. On the internet, and this is, what is it? Poe's law, right? If I do the kappa command, right? Poe's law. Without a winking smiley or other blatant display of humor, it is utterly impossible to parody a creationist in such a way that someone won't mistake it for the genuine article. Replace the creationist part and just like treat it with like, nobody knows you're sarcastic unless you make it explicitly obvious that you're sarcastic. And a kappa does that here on Twitch. On Reddit, the /s does that to make people know that you're being sarcastic. In any other platform, such as like AOL Instant Messenger, the winking smiley face does the same thing. But without those things, most people just have to take you at your word because tone doesn't come through text. And you were even commenting on that a bit earlier too, right? Like it's hard to get context from text. So here on Twitch, if you do a kappa, right? I get it. The winking smiley is good. I feel like here on Twitch, the winking smiley has a slightly different context. And often that one seems, no, you're totally good. I'm explaining this in the way I'm explaining it rather than doing a timeout or anything because I understand you and I'm trying to like relay this information. There you go. That was really close to a good kappa. Hell yeah. Yep, totally right. That's the thing. That is the Twitch version of I'm saying this as a joke, right? You say it and then the face is basically, right? Someone sees that face, they better know you're kidding, right? That was my attempt at a kappa face. Did I do it? I think I did it. I'm pretty sure I did it. Take it easy. I don't enjoy the have another drink type comments. Like, nah, I'll have as many as I want. I'm not looking to make that like a point of conversation. But yeah, duck face. That one's fun. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. For me, that's actually like thinking face. Like, right? But yes, I can recognize that it serves a different context in other like situations. I get it. You can go for a walk? Enjoy the walk. Oh, that one's good. Ooh, Oh, you're saying when you want to do thinking. I thought you were saying you're going for a walk and you just used the wrong, like, context. Sure. Yeah, the delay is tough. I get it. It's fine. No worries. I get it, Lisp. Yeah, totally fine. For some reason, this markdown lint file is not being picked up. Oh, often defined by a .markdownlint.json. So, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, why would you make that the title of this section if that's not actually what the file would be expressed as? Blowing it. Just blowing it. How dare they? How dare they? Nah, it's fine. I get it. Oh, man. Return of the bad typist. Oh, and there it is. Dude, that was fixed, like, immediately. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, no, they messed up in their docs. Yeah, that was a doc problem, for sure. But, whatever. For this project... Sure. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, I'm still, like, crossing over, for sure. Just like real basketball, I need to practice my crossover. I really need to practice my basketball just to, like... Just to, like, train up for, like, the moment we might do, like... I don't know. Like, I say we. I mean, anybody might do, like, a team versus team basketball game like they did for Laracon. I need to practice up for that one so I can, like, sub in and be the ringer. Oh, it's, typist. Ah, damn it. Fucking typist. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, watch my hands very carefully. That is a no-look crossover. Technically, I probably looked because... Yeah, exactly. The irony. You can cut it with a knife. I actually had a delay on the typing camera versus, like, my, like, looking around and, like, what was being typed. So the typing camera ended up being, like, really funny from time to time, you know? It was like the dubbing in, like, an old kung fu movie where, like, they talk and then the words happen. It was a lot like that. It was good. I'll probably do the same thing if I implement the keyboard candidate. There you go. Yeah, wait. Was Allen Iverson known for his crossover? Meanwhile, I'm thinking about, like, Penny Hardaway, and that's exposing my age. I'm 10 years too old to give a shit about Allen Iverson. Was he deadly with his crossovers? So was Anthony Hardaway. Yeah, I was a big fan of basketball in the 90s. So that's like my reference to basketball, basically. I feel like Iverson was a good like 10 years after though, right? Like he was big in like the early 2000s. Like he got drafted in what, like 2000? Hold on. I know it's not the thing we're doing, but hold on. Allen. Oh man, I just hit. Oh my god, I just hit that space key without thinking about it. Yeah, we're getting that muscle memory going. Well, almost. He was late 90s? Okay. Oh, Rookie of the Year in 97. Oh, that's actually, like, that's pretty late, actually. Okay. Yeah. No, that was when I moved to Washington from Jersey. And I basically, like, stopped watching basketball at that point. Here in Washington, no one actually gives a shit about the NBA. As evidenced by the fact we don't even have a basketball team anymore. Because nobody in Washington actually cares about the NBA. Oh, Naughty Knitter! No, that's fine. Like, don't feel bad. The fact that I recognized the two songs you were mixing up, I feel really proud about that. Because I was able to know, like, real quick. I was talking about Louis Armstrong, someone mentioned the Whiskey and Rye, and I was like, wait. Hold on. That was an American Pie reference. So yeah, I'm good. Tim Hardaway had a good crossover. Ooh, Tim Hardaway. Yeah. For some reason, I consider Tim Hardaway a little older than Iverson, right? Like, Tim Hardaway was drafted, what, like 95? Yeah, he's, like, only slightly older. But, yeah, for sure. I remember, like, Tim Hardaway. Like, yeah. I was really big into basketball in Jersey. Like, for sure. Maybe even 93, 94? Wait, really? Three-point? Okay. I just know he never made it into NBA Jam. Or maybe he did. Maybe he did, actually. He did. He went to the Olympics, even. Okay. Wait, when was he drafted? Oh, wait. Tim Hardaway? Oh. No, he was in NBA Jam. Who am I thinking of that was it, like... There was Anthony, there was Tim. There was like another Hardaway, wasn't there? No, you're right. Yeah, this dude was totally an NBA Jam. Yeah. Yeah, Run TMC. Yeah, touche. Good call. No, Tim Hardaway was like the NBA Jam player. It was like, ooh, I think it was actually Chris Mullin, Mitch Richmond that were like the main NBA Jam characters. But you could pick Tim as like the third option, right? Was that it? I might be mixing that up. Okay. Yep. Cool. Yeah. No, I feel like I'm thinking of some other, like, more modern, like, Hardaway. I mean, I feel like Spreewell was in one of the NBA Jams. That might have been like NBA Jam 94 or something. Like, you know, not the original, but like a sequel. I mean, I was a huge Latrell Sprewell fan. Technically, I was a big Chris Webber fan, too. It's kind of insane. Like, Chris Webber and Anthony Hardaway were like a trade. Chris Webber could have actually been the one working with, like, Shaquille O'Neal on the Magic, right? But instead, that trade happened. And, like, I'm pretty sure, like, a draft pick went with it. I don't remember which way that went. I don't remember which team got the better deal. Yeah, like, I'm almost 100% certain that the Chris Webber, Anthony Hardaway trade was a thing. I don't remember which team got the, like, the draft pick, though. I want to say the Warriors ended up getting the draft pick. Because, like, Anthony Hardaway fit into the system they were trying to, like, build around Shaq. Chris Carr. So, yeah, 96 and on is basically when I stopped watching because I had moved to Washington here in 96, and Washington, like, basically didn't have a basketball team anymore. So it does sound familiar, but I don't remember specifically. Yeah, when I moved here to Washington, I basically stopped watching NBA. Which is kind of a shame. No, you know what it was? I still watched NBA, and then I did, like, a JV, like, not even JV, like, below JV basketball tryout. Like, we're talking, like, I'm in 7th grade, and I try out for the basketball team, and I'm making shots, and I'm doing stuff, and the coach just cuts me because I'm too short. Meanwhile, he's, like, another short dude. Like, dude, you're not fucking doing the NBA here, man. Give kids a chance. But no, I got cut because I was too short. That was, like, my immediate disillusionment with basketball. Like, fuck you, dude. You're coaching less than JV basketball at a junior high in Washington. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not winning some championship. Give the kids a chance to play. Yeah, no, like, that one fucking dude, that, like, worst teacher I've ever had. Worst fucking gym class I've ever had. And that was outside of it. Like, yeah, dude. Some coaches really think that they're, like, some really good, like, people or whatever. I was trying out for point guard. Right? Like, I was literally trying out for point guard. But also, I've always been the shortest person in my grade. So at the time, I might have been, like, 4'11". And he wanted to win games as a fucking less than JV basketball coach. Like, dude, fuck you. Like, come on. The worst fucking coach ever. He just wants to win. Dude, you are at less than JV. Take people who are passionate. Just take people who are passionate, man. I don't even remember that dude's name, because he's not even worth remembering. Like, I remember teachers I hated. I remember teachers that I loved. And then there are teachers that aren't even worth being a part of anyone's memory. And that dude was that. That dude was that. Just fucking worthless. Worthless gym coach. Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't teach, teach gym. Possibly Larobi. Like, there are other things that probably need being replaced before then. But you're not wrong, like, less qualified teachers will be able to teach other programs simply because of AI. I think that's actually, like, the progression first. Yeah, you're going night-night. No worries there. Hell yeah, Goatmeal. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. I mean, we're in, like, rant mode at this moment. Honestly, like, we put in some good work getting our slides workable here on stream. We got more work to do, obviously. Like, way obviously. A big part of it is when starting a new project or a new thing other than like the thing I've been working on, I do need time to evaluate this stuff. And yeah, the evaluation right now is like, what am I missing? Like, I need to like reframe my mindset. I'm really not good at context switching. The project I'm working on that stews in my brain that I need to like keep thinking about while we do other stuff, I only got room for one of those. Right now, this is that talk. But we can do other stuff to optimize around that, because I do still need, like, the diffuse thought process. But I can only have one project act as the thing that I am constantly thinking about, even when I'm thinking about other stuff. So we are, like, I need at least one stream to do that context switch of the thing that acts as, like, the thing I'm thinking about while I'm ranting and chatting. Yeah, and I totally agree with that, Larobi. Basically, I need to figure out what is the background thing, and then my foreground thing, we can rant and change and do whatever. But I need something that is going to be my, like, diffuse thought process that my brain keeps, like, you know, ticking on. Every once in a while, a thread resolves, and some, like, thought comes to the forefront, right? I need basically only, like, one project for it. I know, right? Exactly, therefore, Will. Yeah. But I really do equate the human brain to the run loop, where you have your render loop, which is your conscious thought process, and then you have, like, the background thread that is your, like, subconscious or whatever. That subconscious will keep ticking, but you need to prime it with the right things that you want it to respond to later with. And for me, I take at least a stream or a day to prime my background thought process with the things I want it to resolve while I'm doing other things. And that makes a lot of sense to me, Larobi. Like, to that same effect, I have actually, like, when I was working at an agency, I told them one project at a time. Because no matter what, I'll be doing other stuff, but that one project will bubble up thoughts and things about it when it matters. The more things I have to think about, the less valuable that process is, because it doesn't allow me to, like, take thoughts to their, like, final end. Unless it's the conscious thought process. So what I'm getting at is, Larobi, like, you need one conscious project and one background project, and you can maybe, like, interchange those two from primary to secondary as you go. I can respect that. I don't think I'm good at that. But I'm already kind of doing it. I have work stuff that I need to do that I'm constantly thinking about. I have my stream project, and then I have chatting. So really, my background process is probably thinking about both of the background things, which are work and the stream project, and then the chatting and hanging out are, like, the main thread. Yeah, being a lead for multiple projects, I don't think that works. I just don't think that works. You could be a lead for one and a contributor to another, but you can't be a lead of multiple projects. Like, nah, man. I don't think that works. You might be able to make it work, but it wears on you, you know? Whereas, like, the process I got right now, like, nah, man, I'm good. Oh, and Gokton, oh, I'm so sorry. Gok, Mr. Sir, thank you for the lurk. I am so sorry. Like, I saw your comments, but my brain didn't register them. I was like, oh, something moved over there. Anyway. I'm sorry, Gokton. Hope you're out there. Hope you heard that. I still need to listen to that music. I'll do that over here on gaming stream, like, later tonight while I'm doing, like, work stuff. Yeah, I'm so sorry, God. Like, I do get into moments where, like, I ignore YouTube more than I should, so that's my fault. But yeah, thank you. Writing, documenting your thoughts. It's not a bad move, right? Depends on, like, what thoughts matter versus don't. Yeah, I get that. But yeah, anyway, let's go look at my slides real quick. And man, I felt myself trying to, like, rest my wrist without the wrist pad, and that's even worse. So yeah, yep, we got to do the hover. So here we go. This is kind of where, like, we left off with the slide content. And honestly, I need to reach out to one person. All right, anyway, I've been meaning to send that message to our CTO for ages. I assume he's got me, like, you know, it's almost 11 p.m. for him, so I get that. Okay, so spelling errors should not be like a proper error in this case. We'll let that be. That's fine. Whatever. Oh, damn, that's not even the right file. Shit. I don't remember what I wanted to do about output string here. Okay, so my main thoughts for these two sections. I don't remember what I wanted to do here. So, yeah, this part's kind of a bummer. Oh man, I messed that up. There we go. Oh, that was... Oh, I see the problem. All right, so for the host function bug that I wanted to shout out here, this was basically that I ran into issues executing a host function in like a hosted syntax. And that doesn't make as much sense until we start looking at some of the other code. Yeah, okay, so I gotta use the restroom again because I broke that seal. But the part that I think is worth looking at is like the code that I modified, and I might need to use a little bit of get crackin' to figure out what I changed on that last commit. So we pop open the commit graph, and I want to like stew on it and think about like what we got here. So here we go. Here in more testing, I modified the extension.ts file. And that's about it. All right, so run in worker right here. Hold on, does this do it? Oh, that was definitely not it. All right, damn it. Is it controlling that? Hey, nope, never mind. That was not it. So that, and then, oh, Alt. Nope, that wasn't it. Shit. All right, so we're gonna have to look at our key bindings. I messed all that up. But I wanna basically like have run in worker true versus false and make sure that my evaluation of that is correct. I think that's important. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I gotta pee. And I also might need to update, like, some libraries. That could be a thing. But I gotta pee. BRB. Ooh, and this song's about to end, but, you know, my pee will be quick. I think. Maybe. Oh man. So, Stoner returns from a restroom break. Ooh, and what is backers? Oh, cool! I didn't even know about this, right? So, yeah, the guy that made GitLens is our CTO. And the moment at which we probably bought GitLens and then hired him on as CTO, he had X amount of sponsors and like, yeah, no, we're not taking sponsorships because we're like corporately funded, right? And this is what looks like 4-ish years ago. Yep, 3 to 4 years ago, right? So CodeStream, Embark Studios, Localize. Oh my God, Localize. I've heard really good things about, actually. Tab 9. Oh shit. Tab 9. Hell yeah. Dendron, the IDE for general knowledge. I've never heard of. Step Size, Crasis, and then just a bunch of like user contributors too. That's actually really cool. Do we see any names we recognize? Anyone? Bueller? 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 Nah, not myself. That doesn't mean they didn't help. Like, they're not awesome people. I just, yeah. My limited knowledge of names. Let's get more music going. All right, so back to considering how this entire like plugin thing needs to work. So I'm trying to remember what, like, the right way to, like, wire all this up is. Hold on 1 second. Wait, music stopped. Are we still live? Dude, last time music stopped like this, entire stream died. That was super fucking weird. Okay. Alright, we are still fully live. Alright, cool, cool, cool. We're not dead yet. Sorry, I see a Ken Wheeler tweet that I'm replying to, because might as well, right? Damn it, it's so hard fitting something within a single tweet. All right, so here's the tweet. Here's the thing I was just now replying to. I love a good chance that I can like respond with a comment to like Ken Wheeler's like code stuff, because I think he and I agree like so fucking much on code that's insane. Politics aside, like we disagree so fucking much on politics that's insane. But again, like I can disagree with someone and still call them friend, you know? If we all thought the same thing, the world would fucking suck. So yeah, like, Ken and I probably would not see eye to eye politics-wise. That's easy. I just don't talk politics with him. Super chill. Other times, yeah, he and I like to fucking party. Right? He and I actually have similar takes on AI. You know, like, for sure, man. We agree more than we disagree, I think. But yeah, when it does come to politics, I probably think the exact opposite of him in most cases. Not every case, obviously, but nah, like, we just... different perspectives, and never judge anyone by that shit, because who cares? Vote how you want to vote. Do that shit. At least vote. Whatever side you're on, just vote. You know? It's the only power you have. Like, in this country, like, truly. Down ballot, etc. fucking matters. You know, do all that. But yeah, beyond that, like, I don't care. Like, just make your voice heard. We can disagree on that shit. That's fine. I'm extremely liberal. I've lived in a van before. You know, like, obviously, I'm gonna have liberal politics. Like, yeah, support that type of person. I'm biased. The only way we escaped the fucking Great Depression was liberalism. The Works Progress Administration, etc. Yeah. Other than that, though, right? That's like 100 years ago at this point. It's hard to refute that. Modern day versions of it? Alright, well, yeah, have your opinion. Go for it. I just think history proves me right. But again, we don't need to argue about it here. Because I don't care. I'm not trying to be right. I just want to, like, put a bee in the bonnet. That's all. In this day and age, yes. I think technically they don't mean the same thing. But there are plenty of people that would lump you into the same category. Regardless. No, and that's a good point. Honestly, I would push back on the entire fucking, like, the main Democrat platform of all money, like, yeah, like, dude, yeah, like, fund us with all your money. No, I'm, like, anti-Democrat in that respect. Like, I'm actually progressive. Get money out of politics. Mainstream Democrats don't want that to happen because that's how they make their money. So yeah, no, I'm liberal, and I'm also very much progressive. But that is like
We are in the presence of
the
greatness.
edge case.
MFNA is a
That's not the common
professional
demo.
hoverboard racer, a gravity-defying sport that has captured the imagination of thrill seekers worldwide. Their greatest play occurred at the Global Hover Grand Prix in Tokyo, where they executed a daring triple twist over the rainbow arc, securing victory in the last seconds against top-tier competitors. This move, now known as Ethan's twist, has won them multiple titles and a legendary status in the hoverboard racing community.
Hell yeah, Ethan! Damn, how long you been hoverboarding, dude? Like, I feel like that's a new sport. Now we're chilling. We're hanging out. But real quick, let me shout out some follows. Biko Master and Darius. Thank you for the follow. I might have said that wrong. Whatever. Welcome. Cheers. Yes, Twitch Turbo will end your sub streak. That's fine. Like, yeah, no worries. We chillin'. You might still have like a Prime sub to use. I don't know. Have you used it yet? By having Turbo, a person is not incentivized to sub, right? Like, it's tricky. It's just $5 a month. Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Meme time. And yeah, X Factor, thank you for that sub, dude. Like, you had one Prime sub to use, and you used it here.
Equalzer is a star player in the futuristic sport of Gravity Ball, a game played
Gravity
in
Ball.
gravity arenas where players maneuver with jetpacks. Their greatest play was during the Interstellar Finals when they executed a triple somersault dodge past 3 defenders to score the winning goal with a magnetic pulse shot, clinching the championship for their team. XFAK Equizor is also known for setting a record for the longest mid-air rotation, a stunning 5 seconds during a critical match, redefining aerial maneuvers in the sport.
Damn, X Factor, did you get dizzy on that play? Yeah, the triple somersault, like, yeah. Like, we got titans in their fake sports right here in chat. No big deal. Titans in their respective fake sports. Single somersault is vomit material at certain times, for sure. Yeah, how you doing, Nisfernades? Yeah, what you up to? Alright, let's continue our bit. Like, yeah, we need to do, like, source code stuff. Bare minimum, I need to, like, set up stuff for oh, wait, am I streaming tomorrow? Ooh, for Thursday, and oh shit, that means Thursday goes deep. Because tomorrow's Wednesday. And I got meetings tomorrow, too. Alright, so, yeah, tomorrow... yeah, tomorrow I have a call at like 2 p.m. Yeah, I think tomorrow's probably still like gaming stream. And I'll be working on my slides tomorrow on gaming stream, but I will probably not be showing them while we just watch some random shows. What do we end up watching? That's the fun part. Here's the problem, though. Like, my gaming crew for Wednesdays has already chimed in that, like, we won't be gaming tomorrow. And that was basically the reason to not stream tomorrow. If I stream tomorrow, I will tag chat, like over in Discord. I'll do an @ here. My instinct is no, we just do gaming stream tomorrow, and Thursday we come back. But tomorrow I end up like doing work anyway, like on this thing. Yeah, if anything, during the day tomorrow, or even like later in the evening, I can spend that time trying to make clips from like previous streams. That would be a really good use of my time. Do I know anybody in like a really, really cheap economy that would be willing to extract like clips or like YouTube shorts from my VODs, etc.? Who do I know that lives in India but isn't a dev yet? Because that's my budget. And the answer is basically nobody. Right? Like, no, I get it. Yeah, bit trickier. It's fine. We'll move on. We got this. Let's do the other stuff. So verifying this part would be good to work on. Let me look at the hours of the Indian food place. I could do Indian food tonight. They close at 10. Yeah, now we got time. I got a half hour before I got to put in the order. It'll be fine. Nah, that sounds good. Because I need to work on this. Do we feel like this is a good flow of the talk? The stuff I did at the beginning was good. I'm trying to think like what would benefit from being a magic move. I think that was a copy-paste. Shit, that was the wrong key. Ooh, neighbors are cooking something amazing. Ooh. Yeah, that smells good. Ooh, like onion heavy. Nah, we're good. Dude, four-wheel, like... Nah. I'm a developer advocate. Like, typing code is not the thing I need to do as my main job. Like, nah, man. I have a meeting about planning video content for a thing. My other is a career compass that is focused on, like, me wanting to know about, like, stand-ups and shit. And then other than that, like, no, there's, like, a meeting that I could totally skip. So I feel like this person will want to skip it, too. Like, I have 2 meetings tomorrow. And none of them care about my typing. Like, honestly, like, not a single meeting I ever have cares about my typing. Nah, not a single one. I am living the dream. I don't know if you know that. Like, developer advocate, that's the dream. Where you can still be technical, but no one is evaluating your, like, technical chops day to day. Wee. That's like, put me in the stomach Pillsbury Doughboy shit. No, I get it. I'm living the fucking dream. I get to still write code and still, like, do technical stuff, but I'm not judged for it? Are you kidding me? Oh, did I nail it on the Pillsbury Doughboy sound? Like, like, yeah, for sure. You're welcome. I am basically a living Pillsbury Doughboy. Are you kidding me? Did you guys not know this? I'm like a real life Pillsbury Doughboy. Yeah, 1000%. Nobody who's ever met me in real life would disagree. That's just science. Okay. Does Naughty Knitter do a good, like, Pillsbury Doughboy sound? Like, That's legit. I like it. Touche. Hell yeah. Right, because if you said that, like, no, she would be doing, like, no, I can do it better, right? And you'd never get any sleep. Did that one beat it? No? Alright, hold on, let me try again. You'd be dealing with the same thing from my stream if you said she did it better. Well, hold on, let me do it better. But you could just turn off my stream. You can't turn off a roommate. I get it. Like, that's science. Yeah, totally. Hold on, that one, did that make it through the audio? Because I believe I can do the Herbert as well, like... there, Chris? Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't do the whistle that well. Like, well, seriously. Like, I can't do, like, the whistle when he says the letter S. Right? Like, well, seriously. What would you think there, Chris? All right there, Chris. Yeah, I can't do the whistle like Herbert. It's not a skill I have. I just can't do it. But you got to be able to like whistle while you do the S sound. No, I can't do it. Yeah. It's a skill that I just don't have. Well there, Chris. Nah. Yeah, it didn't work. I don't know. Whatever. If I could do the whistle while I say the letter S, could you imagine how good Mr. Sir would be? Oh my god, like, Mr. Sir? Like, dude. I mean, X Factor, I can't do it. 4-wheel, like, no. Like, I mean, I can whistle. Like, I can whistle a little bit. I'm not pro. Like, come on. There's, like, professional whistlers out there. That was my first try without even, like, wetting lips properly. If I could do it, yeah, I'd totally do it. No, I can, like, proper whistle. I can't do, like, the tongue to the top of the mouth, like, whistle. No, I can't do it. Shit. Yeah. I can do a proper whistle. I can also do, like a bad cricket sound. No, it's, like, rare. Oh, man. Shit. It's like, you gotta whistle while you're doing, like, the tongue roll? Nah, dude. That's one of those ones you have to, like, practice every, like, couple months or you lose it. Like, I can roll the tongue and do the fake whistle, but they never, like, line up proper. Like, that shit's tough. It's not good, though. Ah, dude, it's so bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm, like, fucking up your eardrums with that. I used to have it. I haven't practiced it. It's like a good free throw. If you don't use it, you lose it. Oh, obviously. Yeah. Totally fall asleep to that. Definitely not. I get it. It's fine. No worries. Alright, let's get some of this, like, code going for host functions in JavaScript. And yeah, I see the viewership numbers dipping. Is that the whiskey's fault? Maybe the whiskey's fault, but instead, this stoner could totally, like, order some food. Because numbers are dipping anyway, so I might as well, like, order some Indian food. Sure, yeah, noise canceling, no big deal. Yeah, totally. I'm gonna get some Indian food. Yeah, like, I didn't get any Indian food while I was in San Diego because obviously they're not known for that. I only had one good Mexican dish, and even then it wasn't that great. And the place I used to go to, that was like, oh, this is the spot. Like, no, the young kids working there fucking suck. Like, dude, they fucked it up so bad. I don't know if they were memeing or something. Like, they might have even been, like, joking about me being too baked when I walked in. I was fucking really high. But, like, the kids were more stoked on, like, maybe laughing about me being baked versus serving a proper meal. So, yeah, like, dude, that tacos, like, Chuclis or whatever their name was, dude, fuck that place. I'll never go again. They were good a couple years ago. They fucking sucked. Like, dude, the carne asada was so fucking dry. Like, really bad carne asada. Like, fucking terrible carne asada. That is very common with San Diego because they expect to be able to do, like, the Tijuana, like, wet taco style. And when you say sauce on the side, you expose how bad their carne asada actually is. Like, dude, my current take on San Diego tacos is nobody does a good carne asada. Not a single place. Nope. I've never had a legitimately good carne asada taco within the past year in San Diego. And I tried a couple places. I had one that was all right. It was La Puerta. It wasn't good. Like, taco trucks here in Seattle fucking destroy San Diego tacos. Fucking destroy. That's insane to me, dude. How is it a Seattle taco truck is a better authentic taco than some place that's right near the fucking border? Like, are you kidding me? No, like, the people in San Diego, like the restaurants in San Diego, no, they make their money off of gringos that think they're eating good tacos. They're not. Fucking gringo tacos. That is San Diego. Straight up gringo tacos. I actually have a rule. If I go into a Mexican restaurant and I see people that look like me, I'm in the wrong Mexican restaurant. It's a solid rule. You will get amazing tacos if you use that rule. You go to the taco truck that people in, like, construction vests are going to. That is such a good rule of thumb right here in Seattle. Like, dude, do you see people wearing construction vests eating there? If the answer is yes, you're good to go. If the answer is no, nah, I'm good. No, thank you. I'll pass. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna order the butter chicken again, obviously. Medium hot, sure. I'm gonna get the garlic naan. Alright, touche. So here in Redmond, in Washington, I have the luxury of, like, I've heard Indian people say that the, like, Kanishka here in Redmond is the best Indian food in Seattle. And that's fucking insane. But yeah, like, I live a privileged life when it comes to, like, ordering butter chicken. It's really good, actually. Yeah. So I just placed the order. Yep, it'll be here in like a half hour to an hour, and we can do some other shit while we're waiting. And yeah, that other shit is evaluating, like, host functions, running some of the logic, like, doing that stuff. Like, we need to do that. I need to spend, like, the next few days working on that. Tomorrow on gaming stream, I probably have other stuff to do. I might still do some of this, but you won't see it. I might be able to show it, actually. That'd be cool. As long as I'm not, like, doxing, like, CLI stuff. So that's an option, you know. Oh, shit. Hold on. Are they even, like, already texting me on the phone? No. They're just letting me know when the order will be picked up. Hell yeah. Oh, my God. Please don't turn me into the authorities, but I totally flew back from San Diego with, like, an entire package full of, like, enhanced joints. I didn't even open the package yet. But I bought them and, like, fuck it, whatever. If they wanted to take them, they could have. They had a moment. They didn't. I traveled from a legal state to a legal state. I don't think that's a big deal. If I was flying to Kentucky, I get it. I don't even know. Does Kentucky have legal weed? Ooh. I don't even know. Yeah, like, dude, the airports just care about if you have explosives. Like, I didn't travel with a lighter. If I had traveled with, like, a Bic lighter in my fucking bag, oh, I probably would have been pulled aside and, like, strip searched. But, you know, like, come on. It's just, like, weed from, like, airport to airport? Fuck it. Who cares? And it's just weed. Like, who fucking cares about some weed, man? But Kentucky might. Kentucky might. I blame Turtle Man. You guys know his name, right? I've never checked a bag in the past 20 plus years. No, you're right. I flew with a snowboard at one point. But yeah, like, the way I travel, it's a carry-on bag and my personal bag. Like, the laptop bag. I've never flown internationally in my life. But yeah, like, the modern thing is I don't check a bag, because fuck that. Defias, are you out there? Defias all was like telling me like, oh yeah, it's a travel with a skateboard. You just have like detach the fucking trucks from the deck and put your tool in another bag and all that, and then there you go. You can totally travel.
That's what's up.
I guess I'm just not traveling with a fucking skateboard in this day and age. Nah, sorry, Defias, like, I'm not bringing a skateboard to Miami. I'm not gonna do that. I'm good. No, thank you. I don't know, that's something that someone told him that he had to do. Maybe that's for, like, flying internationally or something. I used to travel with a skateboard, like, post 9/11, and no, I just, like, attached the skateboard to my fucking, like, backpack, and I was good. Something may have changed, I have no idea. But I would not travel that way otherwise. Like, oh, you wanna, like, make me take apart my skateboard? Just fucking take it. I'll build a new skateboard. I don't give a shit. Like, I would leave a skateboard at the fucking scanners if that's the issue. Because a skateboard's so goddamn cheap. Like, they're so fucking cheap. But I haven't tried to travel with a skateboard for 20 years. Oh, see, so that's not the thing they're four-wheel. Like, I traveled within the past 20 years, at least once, with my skateboard attached to my backpack. And I just threw my backpack in the overhead bin, and I was done. I have done that. If it's changed recently, well, shit, that sucks. But dude, I've done that like 2010. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know I've done that. I really, like, doubt that it's gotten stricter since then.
That's what's up.
Like, no, like, as nature goes, that shit gets, like, easier to do, right? Because, again, it's security theater. It's not actually security. Really? Yeah, I didn't know that. Like, yeah. I have traveled, like, right after 9/11-ish, like, couple years. And didn't know that shit. I know I've said this here on stream, like, yeah, I went and traveled in, like, it must have been, like, 2006. And it was my first time flying since 9/11, right? Like, before 9/11, you could, like, pick people up at their terminal, you know? Like, you'd walk out of the fucking gate, and the people that were waiting for you were right fucking there, you know? You can't do that anymore. Like, I get that. Totally get it. But I went and flew out of Seattle, and it was like 2006 or 7 or something. And I was basically like, yeah, she'd like to come with me to the terminal. And I didn't know, like, what shit they changed since 2011. Or 2001, technically. And they were like, well, are you special? Do you need assistance? And, I mean, me being the stoner, I was like, yeah, totally, I need assistance. I feel like she was asking, are you special? And maybe, like, I was baked enough that I was special at that moment. And I needed that help. So I was able to get my girlfriend to come with me to the terminal. Easy, no problem. If you don't have any shame, you can do all sorts of shit. If you don't have any shame, you can do basically anything. Damn right I'm special. Yeah, she's my caretaker. Let's head on in. Like, if you do the hey-o, they know you're special. That's just science. But no, like, I've done that. Like, it's just a thing. Like, people have that, like, authority to be like, yeah, this person will head into the terminal. Like, they don't like to do it. They don't like, dude, if they do it too much, they probably get flagged or something. But I've absolutely been able to accompany someone else into the terminal. With the right permissions. Right? First time? Yeah, I just said I was special and I needed the accompaniment. Bam, nailed it. Second time? Disclose some information about a sibling. Like, no, I can't trust them with cash. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But I want to be there to buy them a meal if they need it. Alright. Well, are you willing to buy a ticket? Yeah, I'll fucking buy a ticket. I don't give a shit. I will totally pay $400 to $500 for a ticket. Just let me go in there with them. And then they're like, well, okay. Alright. We can make it happen. And I didn't have to spend that money. Like, dude, like, just be a sincere human being. And other sincere human beings will typically try to work with you. That's a life hack. You're welcome. Pay that one forward. Be a sincere human being whenever you can. And yeah, X Factor, like, based on your comment, like, dude, my mom told me I was special years ago. Of course I'm special. Duh. I am, like, fiercely watching this food, ready to be delivered. Like, damn right. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm special. I want this meal. Alright, so the source code we need to build out for this right here, right? Host functions. There's stuff we gotta test. Sorry for the hiccup. God damn it. Oh, shit. Okay, so I was trying to figure out, like, dude, how close am I in my history to be able to, like, drum up the issues I had with host functions? And honestly, like, if I do Xism, I can see, like, yeah, dude, Zish bailing me out. Like, oh my god, oh my Zish. You type a little bit of the thing you're looking for, and holy shitballs. Right? Like, you can see the most recent, like, command you've done. For me, like, I would have had weeks worth of commands to, like, look through. Versus if I just type in xdism space and then hit up, I see the most recent command I've ever, like, written. Like, oh my god, like, if you're not using Zish or oh my Zish, you're fucking, like, just use it. Like, come on. Alright, so I'm looking at the thing I wrote previous. Alright, so I look at the VS Code Gitlin tab. This is our slides. That goes to the front, obviously. We see the TS and the Go. And Alright. Oh, hold on. I was about to type, like, plugin.wasm. Oh shit. My Dasher's actually on the way. Alright, so you know what? Yeah. Dude, they're on like a straight shot. Shit, I gotta raid someone. Alright, okay, so my food's being delivered. We've done our thing. Who do we go raid? Like... Like, honestly, Nimbus, are you lurking? Who should I raid? If you're lurking, we should raid someone. If not, well, I mean, we're still gonna raid someone, duh. But your decision would be top level. Quantum Apprentice. Ooh. Oh, I definitely follow them. Yeah. No, let's do that. That's a good call. Yeah, I like it. Great call. Thank you. Hell yeah, Fivel. Yeah, they show their screen, like, yeah, their face, like, everything. Like, dude, yeah, that's perfect. Great call. I feel like I haven't rated them enough. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, great call. Yep, we're gonna go check out what they're doing. They're doing a Linux update. Oh, that's like an 8-hour stream, right? So yeah, you guys are in for the long haul. I'm kidding, by the way. Like, no, it's not that bad. But, like, we can go hang out. We can chill. I want to eat some good Indian food. I'll be over on my gaming stream, right? Like, you know gaming, right? Good old riffing and chill. It's good stuff. YouTube Algora, yeah, we're chilling, we're hanging out. I'm sorry, like, we went late. Later, YouTube. Later, Algora.